Okay, good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for being here. My name is Bruce Delgado, and I'm the mayor of the city of Marina. And we have Elizabeth Vischer, our mayor pro tem, councilmember Kathy Biala, councilmember Jenny McAdams, and councilmember Brian McCarthy. And on my right is our city attorney, Renee Ortega. And on my left is our city manager, Lane Long. In the back is our police chief, Randy Hopkins. New to the team, Tori, I don't even know her last name. Hannah. Tori is the director of our finance department. Thank you, Tori. Welcome aboard. I think we'll be hearing from you in a moment. And Andrea Willer is the director of our cultural and recreation and cultural resources department.
Close enough.
Something like that. And all the way from Italy, Guido Persicone is the director of our community development department. And next to him is Belinda. She keeps us all on the straight. She is the director of our human resources department. And hiding behind, I can't see, is our fire chief, Doug McCowan, fresh back from Korea. And the most excited one in the room is always our city clerk, Anita Shepherd-Sharp. She loves the attention. Keep it up. Keep it up. Very nice. She's giving me a very dirty look right now. So Anita, I'll call to order this meeting. And if you could give us a roll call, please.
Councilmember McAdams.
Here.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Here.
Councilmember Biala.
Here.
Mayor Fisher.
Here.
Mayor Delgado.
Okay, we had no closed session, so we'll move right into a moment of silence, and then Johnny Eugenio, also fresh back from Korea, is going to lead us in the pledge. So if you could all stand for a moment of silence, please. Thank you for being a good sport, Johnny.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome.
Sorry.
So we have some special presentations. And we'll start with our recreation department, Andrea Willer, Director of Recreation and Cultural Services. Thank you, Andrea.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. I'm very pleased to introduce our newest member to the Marina Recreation and Cultural Services team, Timothy Collins. Timothy has almost 20 years of experience in recreation. He started his career in recreation as a student employee at Cal Poly Pomona, where he earned his bachelor's degree in electrical engineering. So perfect fit for recreation. He fell in love with it as a student employee, so he went on and earned his master's degree in recreation, tourism, and management with a concentration in recreation sports management at Cal State Northridge, where he was also a graduate assistant within the recreation department. Upon completing his master's degree, Tim went on to work at UC Riverside for 4 years and then CSUMB for the last 9 years. During his tenure at CSUMB, Tim managed intramural and club sports, facility operations, and student leadership development. Tim is a Marina resident and a proud father of 2 sons, and we are thrilled to have him join our team. He will be overseeing the Teen Center operation and will be heavily involved in staff training, fundraising, and special events. Timothy Collins.
Testing, testing. Okay. Well, first off, I just want to thank everyone for showing up today. I really didn't expect this many people to come here for me. I really appreciate it. But no, all joking aside, I'm really honored to be a part of this amazing community. I've lived here 2015, came up here and so forth, and really just fell in love with the city of Marina. And so I'm truly honored and proud to be a part of this this illustrious group of individuals, to be completely honest, and have the opportunity to really enhance our community through the lens of our teens of Marina. And so I appreciate everyone. And Timothy Collins signing off.
All right. Welcome aboard, Timothy. All right, tough act to follow, but I know our city manager can do this. He's going to introduce our new finance director.
Thank you, and I'm not nearly as fun as recreation, but it's so great seeing some of our recreation staff out today. That's really fun. So Tori, we are really happy to welcome Tori to our organization. We stole her away from Pacific Grove. She was their administrative services director over there for a while, which is over finance. She was over IT and a bunch of other things over there. She's served as their acting city manager while they were going through transitions. And so we're really happy to have her. Before that, she was finance director up in Capitola. Then she'd worked for Santa Cruz County. She was the chief financial officer of Monterey Wood and Water. So she has a ton of government experience, and she's going to fit in really well to our city. And she's already making a difference in her 1 week here. And and before I turn it over to her to tell you a little bit more about herself, I want to acknowledge that Laura Perneta over here, she's been with us about a year, and because she's going to retire because of some personal issues that she has to do, she's made a huge difference. Laura is really fun, and we've enjoyed having her part of our team. She's going to be here for the next month and is going to help in the transition with Tori coming on board. That our city finances really are complex, and there's a lot going on, and so we're glad that Laura's is able to be with us for a month to help us in that transition period. And so we're really appreciative of Laura here. This will be our last council meeting, so this will be the last time that
Thank you, Laura.
I can say publicly goodbye to that. And then Laura, Tori, you can tell us about yourself now.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council, members of the public. Very, very excited to be here. Marina is my hometown since 2000, and just love the city. And while as the city manager said, I've worked all the way from Santa Cruz to Pacific Grove. It's great to be serving my very own hometown. My husband and I live here with our dog Spirit, and just very much looking forward to this opportunity. Thank you.
Well, great to have you, Tori. Thanks for choosing Marina. And goodbye, Laura, in a month. Thank you so much for keeping our ship straight while you're here. Before we go anywhere else, though, I want Timothy to introduce every one of these people that have shirts on. You can pick a helper, and they can help you. Part-time special events specialist, and so yeah, let's do it. All right, Ryan. Hey, Ryan. Ryan. So can you stand up, each of you? And okay, that's Ryan. Tavon. Rose. Hi, Rose. Bella. Hi, Bella. Hey, Laura. Ovelia, pretty name. Hi, Lisa. And Sally. What's your name? Rizali? Izali. Ilali. Idali. Okay, Idali. Connor. Emilio.
Of course, we cannot forget, of course, our wonderful
Hey. All right. Thanks everyone for being good sports, sharing the limelight. That's great. Thank you, Timothy. Thank you, Amanda. Okay, so now we have a couple of proclamations. The first of which our council member Brian McCarthy is going to provide us.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I feel like the world's biggest buzzkill now. It's a little bit of a more somber issue. I attended a human trafficking symposium 3 or 4 weeks ago, which I shared with the council. And at that symposium, a gentleman named Barack, who's in the audience, wave your hand back there, approached me and asked if I could help shed some light on this issue of what is called voluntourism. And that's an issue where people meaning well go and volunteer for what they think is a good cause, but there are impacts that they may or may not realize. And so the one I was familiar with were people that go and, feed the elephants or work with the elephants and the tigers, right? Meanwhile, the animals are not treated well and in fact bred just for this purpose of this voluntourism industry. The voluntourism industry that Brock is interested in is orphanages. So it deals with human beings. And so with that, we've created a proclamation to just help bring and shed some light on the issue. And I'll read that. It says, in recognition of the fundamental importance of safeguarding the rights and welfare of children, the City of Marina hereby proclaims the following. Whereas the City of Marina is dedicated to upholding and protecting the rights of children, and whereas the City of Marina wishes to help bring attention to the issues surrounding voluntourism generally and specifically when involving orphanages, whereas it has been revealed that the voluntourism industry has grown into a multi-billion-dollar industry, often profiting from the institutionalizing of children, whereas there are generally no standardized requirements such as minimum experience, age, or background checks for volunteers traveling abroad to work with vulnerable children, and whereas organizations facilitating volunteer placements in residential care homes are not mandated to maintain adequate oversight, ensuring that the children receive the minimum standard of care and preventing any potential trafficking of the children from their homes. And whereas searching for volunteering with orphans in a specific country on a popular search engine yields advertisements promoting such activities without any warnings about the dangers they pose to children, inadvertently contributing to the risk of child trafficking. Whereas both the United States of America and the state of California currently lack legislation to protect children abroad and combat domestically funded human trafficking. And this one's important to me, whereas the 2019 United Nations General Assembly resolution to the rights of child, Article 35T, urges governments to take appropriate measures to prevent and address the harms associated with volunteering programs and orphanages, including in the context of tourism, which can lead to trafficking and exploitation. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that I, Bruce Delgado, Mayor, City of Marina, together with the City Council and the citizens of Marina, take a stand in the protection of children's rights and reaffirms its commitments to raising awareness about the perils related to volunteering programs and orphanages, particularly in the context of tourism, which can lead to child trafficking and exploitation. I'd like to present this to Brock, who's in the audience, and ask if he has just a couple words to say. I'll also mention that he probably will speak to this, but he has created a film on this issue that's just a local Monterey Peninsula filmmaker. And I'll let him speak to that. Thank you, Brian. Thank you. And thank you again, Brock, for being here. So I will present this proclamation to you and ask if you have just a couple words you'd like to share.
Thank you very much. I really want to thank Brian, the council, Mayor Delgado. My name is Barack Laub. I'm the filmmaker behind a documentary, Volunteers Needed the Film. If you have questions, you want to contact me, volunteersneededthefilm.com. You can email me directly. This is an issue I've seen firsthand that affects over 8 million children around the world. Over 80% of them have families they could go back to. They are turned into poverty commodities because of the amount of money that the voluntourism industry, now a multi-billion-dollar industry, brings in. This is an issue I obviously find very important because I've seen it, but Marina is actually only the second city in the country to pass a proclamation about this. There is just no movement from the state, even though the State Department does say this is a form of child trafficking, orphanage tourism. So I really want to thank the city of Marina and the council for being the first movers in this issue to hopefully create change and helps protect children around the world. Thank you.
And Barack, can you first take a picture of Brian, and then the rest of the council will join you for a full council picture? Council, Brian? All right, another tough act to follow, but I'm sure Andrea's up to it. Oh, no, I'm sure Jenny's up to it. Councilmember McAdams.
I am. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you everyone for being here. This proclamation is celebrating and recognizing National Parks and Recreation Month. Whereas Parks and Recreation is an integral part of communities throughout this country, including Marina, California. Whereas Parks and Recreation promotes health and wellness, improving the physical and mental health of people who live near parks. And Parks and Recreation promotes time spent in nature, which positively impacts mental health by increasing cognitive performance and well-being and alleviating illnesses such as depression, attention deficit disorders, and Alzheimer's. And whereas Parks and Recreation encourages physical activities by providing spaces for playgrounds, sports, walking trails, riding trails, skateboarding, and bike riding. Whereas Parks and Recreation is a leading provider of healthy meals, nutrition services, and education. And Parks and Recreation programming, such as out of school time programming, youth sports, adult fitness, and senior activities are critical to lifelong learning and developing. Parks and Recreation is fundamental to the environmental well-being of our community, and our parks and natural recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. And whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and whereas the city of Marina recognizes the benefits derived from parks and recreation resources. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Bruce Delgado, on behalf of the entire City Council, recognize July as Parks and Recreation Month in the city of Marina. Thank you.
On council, let's go kneel down in front row. So we'll kneel in front of them. Okay.
One, two, three. One,
I just want to thank our amazing Recreation and Cultural Services staff. We've gone through a lot of changes this year. We've added a lot of programming, training, complexity. Get ready because it's going to continue. But you guys have been rock stars, and I appreciate every single one of you. And you look great in your new shirts.
Thank you, Andrea. And Andrea's been here probably a year, maybe a little more, I'm not sure, but she has done an amazing job. So thank you, Andrea, for all that you've done already. All right, so we're going to go to a police presentation regarding fireworks. And anyone that has to go, you're welcome to go. You're welcome to stay. It's totally up to you, but it's not rude to leave early. Richard, there's more people to hear you tonight than usual. And there's 13 people online. We are having technical difficulties. Our wizard behind the door, Fred, is working feverishly to fix the problem, and he's starting to sweat, I can tell. Are you sweating yet, Fred? Oh, okay. It's all on our fire chief, who's not a stranger to crises, so he'll do fine. We went to Korea together, and whenever there was a problem, Doug jumped in and led the fix. All right. Thank you, Commander.
All right. Mayor Delgado and council, thank you for having me back tonight. As everyone's aware, the 4th of July is upon us. And with that, the Marina Police Department and the Fire Department experienced a significant increase in call volume regarding illegal fireworks and what's reported as shots fired. Typically, we see an increase just for the 24 hours of the 4th of July, triple the calls that we normally see in a day. And with that, we of course have some deployment changes for that day to help with the fire, with both staffing levels so that we can handle those calls for service. Similar to last year, the Marina Police Department deployed additional 8 officers in addition to our regular patrol staff. We handled over 50 calls for service on the 4th of July alone regarding illegal fireworks use and shots fired. We had 3 minor fires that were handled that were caused by fireworks. We issued 9 citations for illegal fireworks, and we seized dozens of fireworks, illegal fireworks that we had to destroy. This year, similar to last, we are deploying extra patrol to assist our standard patrol shift. That's 2 sergeants and 5 additional officers. They'll be on duty handling strictly fireworks or 4th of July related calls for service so that our patrol staff continue handling our normal calls for service. These officers will be employing a variety of patrol techniques and investigative techniques, utilizing different technologies so that we can investigate and locate folks using illegal fireworks and take an appropriate action. The Marina Police Department is going to have a 0 tolerance policy regarding illegal fireworks use. If subjects are found in possession of these, they will be cited or arrested. On the board now, I have a list of different codes that are related to illegal fireworks use. You can see at the bottom, there are some felonies. The most important thing to know about the felony is if you get one of these, you're going to county jail. So these things are actually can be pretty serious. So fireworks in general are not outlawed in Marina. we have Safe and Sane fireworks being sold in town, and anything with the state fire marshal seal purchased here in the city or in nearby cities, they're totally legal to use. Anything without the seal, anything that goes up in the air and explodes, or anything that just explodes, those are generally the illegal fireworks that we're dealing with. They are explosive devices. Sometimes we have to utilize the bomb squad to deal with them. But this seal is something that we're looking for when we are coming in contact with folks with fireworks. So even with the Safe and Sane fireworks, we have to be very careful. Folks need to make sure that they're using these outside and when well ventilated areas away from dry vegetation, because at this time of year, as hot as it's been, we can have a wildland fire or a vegetation fire take off very quickly, and our fire department, like the police department, are taxed with the calls for service. So it's very important to make sure that you're in a safe area, and you also are prepared with means to extinguish a fire if one should happen. A fire extinguisher, a bucket of water. Even with the Safe and Sane fireworks, they can cause a fire.
Excuse me, Commander Cox.
Yeah.
I got a message from Jeff Markham saying that on his home TV or computer, he's just seeing the first slide online.
Well, I
We're-
can keep talking in the meantime.
Okay.
So with anything that can be dangerous, children need to be supervised. They should not be using fireworks on their own. They need to have parental supervision or guardian supervision. And then something that we deal with often during this time of year is our pets. Our dogs are generally afraid of fireworks. So prepare yourselves, prepare your animals, make sure that they're in a safe place, they're secure, and most importantly, make sure they have identifying tags on them so that if we come into contact with them, they don't have to go to puppy jail. They can be returned home to you, because that's our biggest goal. If you are seeing illegal fireworks use, please reach out and contact us. Although we're seeing them go up in the air as well, being able to locate a more specific area in town to respond to and investigate is very, very helpful. So non-emergency line is listed here. And if the screen's not working, it is 831. Well, now I can't say it. 831-384-7575. In an emergency, please call 911. And of course, have a happy and safe 4th of July.
All right. Thank you, Commander Cox. Appreciate that.
Okay.
Let's go to some input if we have it, such as Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to ask a couple quick questions. Does POW or the fire department, are they benefactors of the sale of Safe and Sane this year?
Not this year.
Okay. I'm very happy to hear that. I think that messaging was tough in the past. Do you know what type of fireworks causes the largest number of ER visits?
I don't have that on.
25%, according to USA Today, are from sparklers. And so I have a really hard time. And I know the state is the one that comes up with this word Safe and Sane, but to me, it should just be unbanned fireworks. They are not safe. They cause a tremendous amount of injury to young people every year. And I just have a hard time with that. And the last thing I just want to say is the city of Seaside has on their ballot this year, they're asking their residents whether they want to ban the sale of all fireworks. So it'll be interesting to watch. I'm hoping for a good year and not that many injuries and hopefully no fires. But yeah, I just wanted to kind of put that out there. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. City Council or City Manager Lane Long, do you recall, since you've been here 2013, if we've had injuries or fires related to 4th of July?
I'm not aware of any injuries per se. I'm sure there have been some minor injuries.
Chief McCowan,
Would probably have a better sense than that.
speaking to just Marina's recent history, what's been our track record with injuries, fires related to fireworks?
So with Safe and Sane, we've had I think over the years, since I've been here 9 years, we've had 1 or 2 garbage can fires, not disposed of properly, but not injuries. Now, illegal fireworks, whole different story. We've had injuries, fires, things like that. But, relatively speaking, it's been, fire wise compared to some of the other cities, we've been pretty fortunate in those regards.
All right. Thank you. Well, I agree with Councilor McCarthy. I hope that we have a very safe, non-injury, hopefully non-fire, and continue what's a pretty good record.
Yeah, I mean, that's our hope and prayers too. We also, along with our safe and sane fireworks, we hand out plenty of flyers on how to handle fireworks safety, and we don't just allow them to sell them. Just here you go. I mean, whether or not they read them, but they're bright green or bright orange, try to get their attention to get to read. I'll talk about safe use of the safe and sane fireworks.
All right. Thank you both very much. Oh, we have one more. I'm sorry. Maybe you can both stay up just for a moment. Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation and information. Is there a public space that you know of or a parking lot where residents could go and let off the fireworks that they purchase from the approved places?
The city of Marina does not have any designated location that's approved. Any private property, you have to have the authority of property owner to use there. But as far as city property, there's nothing designated for everyone come here and light off your fireworks. We do not have something like that.
Perfect. Thank you. And then would you mind sharing like an example of when someone would call 911 versus the non-emergency line?
Absolutely. So if there's a fire that's taking place or a loud explosion that doesn't seem like it's fireworks and there's some sort of threat to safety, that would be something 911 needs to be called for. If you're just hearing fireworks, the non-emergency line will work best. If there's a lot of times every year we hear officers getting dispatched to shots fired calls because some of these fireworks sound like gunshots. So a lot of times that's called in on 911. If somebody believes they're hearing gunshots, because some people do celebrate with shooting off a gun, that would be a 911 call.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I know you have a busy rest of the week ahead of you and I really appreciate your service.
Thank you.
All right. Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
I've already been hearing fireworks going off in our neighborhoods and stuff. And so I'm sure after the July 4th, you're going to be on heightened duty as well, correct?
Absolutely.
Because all the rules that you just gave us apply 100%, even after July 4th.
365 days a year. Absolutely.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much.
So I know you're city officials, but to your knowledge, are there any school grounds or parks in Marina, whoever owns them, that are okay to use for safe and sane?
There's no location that we're putting out for people to utilize.
Okay. So if you hear them in Los Árboles or Lock Padden Park, or see them, then you could report that if you wanted to.
Absolutely. Private property is, again, has to be authorized. If you're in a city park after dark, that's a violation of municipal code, regardless of the firework use. So they're not allowed to be there. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you both, gentlemen, very much. All right. Now we're going to go to a 3CE presentation that they are nice enough to give us every year. If they're here. Anyone here from 3CE? All right. So we're going to go online. Bring them over if they're not over yet. I'll bring her over. Welcome, Judy. Central Coast Community Energy, 3CE. Thanks, Judith, for being with us.
So Judith.
Here we are. Yes. Hello. Let's see. I'll turn my video on. And
Good evening, Judy.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you for having me tonight. My video camera does not seem to be working, so you're looking at a blank screen. Are you seeing the 3CE presentation?
Yes, we see the cover page.
Okay. So I suppose I will just let's see. I need to.
And we'll let you know if there's anything funny going on, but it looks good
Okay.
so far.
Yeah, because I don't see what you're seeing. So, okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for having me tonight. Mayor Delgado, council members, City of Marina staff, and community. My name is Judy Young. I am the Senior Account Manager for member agencies with Central Coast Community Energy, and I am delighted to be here to present our annual update. Next slide. I will quickly go over who 3CE is because not everyone knows. We are a government agency. We were formed about 6 years ago when all of these cities and counties came together and said, what if we purchased the electricity to serve our region? Could we do it better? As a local public agency, could we be competitive in price, make greater progress on renewables, and provide investment back into our communities? Well, I'm here today to show you how we are doing and what benefits are being offered right here in Marina. And next slide, this should say year in review. As our agency has grown, our investment in communities has increased. Our budget for community energy programs in this fiscal year 23-24 is $14 million, which are dollars that are available to the city and your constituents to help reduce emissions by electrifying vehicles and buildings. To date, on behalf of all of the cities and counties that we serve, we have invested more than $2.8 billion in new renewable energy and energy storage projects, which are making the grid cleaner and helping the environment by reducing fossil fuel emissions. Next slide. Some of those projects include new technologies that are pushing the envelope towards 100% clean and renewable power, like a compressed air battery storage project, which will be the largest in the world of its kind. So that's exciting. And this slide should be additionality. We have the power purchase agreements in negotiation or in place to cover 80% of our annual load with renewable energy. The challenge is bringing these projects online in a timely manner due to the backlog in California around permitting and grid connection and delays in transmission upgrades. Next slide. So much progress is being made. If you haven't heard, the amount of renewable energy on the grid has been exceeding customer demand in California on nearly a daily basis this past spring, for as many as 9 hours a day. This is a huge accomplishment, and agencies like 3CE are very much a part of the reason why. Next slide. Not only are the renewable projects we've contracted with contributing to the solution, but they are also achieving cost savings for our customers. And because of a decision made by our policy board last year, they are being evaluated based on their commitment to local community engagement, environmental protection, and workforce support. Now you should be seeing a slide that shows our investment in your community. Actually, this slide is a listing of all of the energy programs, so rebates and incentives primarily, that we offer. And you can see residential versus commercial broken out, commercial and ag broken out by program name. And then the next slide will show you that we have invested over $334,000 in the city of Marina since you joined 3CE, including $10,000 towards an electric UTV for Fort Ord Natural Reserve, and that was funded last year. Next slide. What I really want to emphasize tonight is the offers we have specifically for the city itself. As you know, California has strict mandates for electrifying fleets. This is a major undertaking for local governments, and we are here to help. We have funding to help you plan how you're going to make this transition, how many EVs you will need to purchase and when your vehicles will need to charge and where they will charge. And after your plan is complete, we have funding to help pay for the vehicles and the charging infrastructure that you'll need. We are so glad the city is currently taking part in these programs, and we encourage you to do more. Next slide. We also offer funding to help cities adopt REACH codes, which go beyond state requirements to drive lower emissions in buildings. And I host personally a quarterly call for staff of our local governments that make up 3CE. And I go over all of these opportunities and more. So if any of you would like to learn more about what we offer, I'm happy to set up a meeting. And the last thing I'll add tonight is that while I focused on the programs that we offer to cities and went over the programs we offer to your community, we also have generous rebates and incentives available to help all of our customers purchase electric vehicles, heat pump water heaters, and HVAC systems. These applications are on our website at 3cenergy.org. So I hope I've provided a good picture of what our agency is doing to bring clean energy and community investment to the city of Marina. And this concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much, Judith, for being with us again this year. And we're going to go to Councilmember McAdams first.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. And thank you so much for your work in the region and this presentation. You know, I'm curious, is there a reason why the city of Marina does not have a seat on either the policy board or operations board? And how can we get involved with that?
Yes. So the seats are divided. As it is, our boards are very large. So several of our seats are shared between agencies. City of Marina is sharing a seat with at least one other agency, and it's up to the city councils of all of the agencies that are sharing a seat to determine who's going to be on the operations board and what the schedule for rotation is. If you would like, I would be happy to have our board clerk reach out with more information about who has a current seat on the board and or on both boards, and what the rotation schedule is, and maybe contact information. Would that be helpful?
I see some heads nodding. Yeah, yes, it would, unless our city manager knows.
Yeah, so on the policy board and the operations board, the city of Delray Oaks, the city of Seaside, and the city of Marina share a rep, both policy and operations. It's usually a staff member on the operations, like the city manager, and it's usually the mayor that represents those three cities, and it rotates through those three cities. So I was the founding member when it started, and then it went to Ian Oglesby, Seaside, and now it is Delray Oaks, Scott Donaldson, and next year it will be me again. It will be Marina again.
Excellent. Okay.
Yeah, so that's how the policy board works, and our city manager. How does the operations work?
Yeah, the operations works the same way, so that they'll have the operating city manager the same time it rotates to the mayor. And so we will be back to our rotation, as the mayor said, next time around. We're the only city in the group that is in a group of four. I have brought that issue up to the board many times, and everyone, if you're over 50,000 population, you have a seat on the board. And then under that, they added, some have two, some have three. We're the only group that has four.
Who's the fourth city?
So it's Delray Oaks, Seaside, us, and Sand City. So we have four in our rotation.
So it's almost the entire District 4 then, except for part of South Salinas. Okay. All right. Great. Thank you for that.
And meanwhile, I serve as the alternate, so I do go to these meetings on occasion when Scott Donaldson can't go. Do you ever go as an alternate?
No, don't attend as an alternate, but sometimes I will just attend to listen and get abreast of what's going on.
Okay. All right. Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Yeah, so I understand about the rotation and the rotation of four, but unless 3C comes and does a presentation, I don't usually hear anything about it. So if we're sharing representation, maybe there's a way in which we can be updated periodically about what's happening in the meetings when other representatives are sitting in on the meetings. If we get requests that, at least, because we just don't hear what kind of agenda items are current.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Maybe we can talk about MST, TAMC, Regen, the taxi, JPA, 3CE, where we have representatives, but we don't often hear the monthly or meeting highlights. And that would probably be a good habit to get into. Anything more, Kathy? Okay, let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to 3CE for doing what you do and giving residents a choice to be good environmental stewards. First couple of years, community energy was around. I remember the big discussion was an almost guarantee that your bill would be lower, right? And just recently, I've been hearing some rumors that by opting out, it's possible that your bill could be lower than not. And so my question to the presenter is that in fact actually possible?
Not to date in our PG&E territory. Well, actually in SCE either. We have historically been lower than the IOU rates throughout all of our residential and I believe our commercial customers as well. Rates are fluid. We can't guarantee that we will always be lower, but historically we have been lower as much as 30 and 40%.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I know that that Jeff Markham has his hand raised, and I know he knows this isn't public. I wonder if he's trying to report some problem. I see his hand was raised. Oh, now he's gone. Oh, okay, maybe not.
Yeah, he says he saw the last two
Oh,
slides
okay, great, thank you.
of the, I believe that would be the fireworks. I hope he saw the slides of the 3CE. Judith, thanks again for joining us tonight. We really appreciate it. And we'll see you soon, I hope.
All right. Well, thank you very much. It's been my pleasure.
All right. Take care. Okay, so now we go to council and staff announcements. Councilmember Biala.
Yes, I'd like to announce the Izunokuni's Friendship City, for delegation from Japan will be coming here July 16th to the 19th. And the public is welcome to a reception here in City Hall on July 16th. And it starts at 5 o'clock. And we'll have refreshments here. And then at 5:30, we will go into a special city council meeting in which the Izunokuni delegation will be introduced and also show some videos of not only their city, but also our very successful Zoom exchange student program. So should be very interesting. And the city of Izunokuni is going to give us a wonderful gift of a cherry tree to plant in our Asian American garden if we see that build. So it should be a really nice special city council meeting. So everyone is welcome to attend. That is on July 16th at 5 o'clock.
All right. Thank you, Kathy. Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. This last Friday, I had the honor of attending our police department's swearing in and promotion ceremony. It was a great ceremony. The room was filled with family, friends, and other regional public safety departments. And just congratulations to the promoted officers and a big welcome to our newly sworn officers.
All right. Thank you. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Elizabeth Vischer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And now that we have such a large audience, I would like to repeat what I mentioned last time. The MST buses for youth 18 and under, there's a summer pass available for $38. The youth can ride the buses unlimited, any bus, between now and the end of August for $38. And there's also a free shuttle in Monterey. I know that's our neighboring city. If you see the old-fashioned shuttle in Monterey, you can hop on and hop off for free. So these are my MST announcements. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Elizabeth. I wanted to just let everyone know on July 20th, which is a Saturday, Blue Zones Project, Monterey County is going to be helping citizens for sustainable marina plant a lot of plants in the library parking lot in one of the parking lot islands. It's a pollinator garden island. And so that'll be planted on July 20th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., July 20th, Saturday. And I wanted to give a shout out to our planning department, our community development department Alec Barton and our city manager next to me, Lane Long, for helping to lead a very popular field trip. We had a special city council meeting go on a field trip to Hilltop Park, which is a park ready to open, very close to being open. And there was about 20 folks who showed up, all the city council. So we got an up close look at what's happened at the park so far, getting it ready. And we discussed a few things that are still on the punch list, to-do list before it can be open. So thank you to Alec and Lane for leading that event. Okay, any staff announcements? Okay. All right, so now we'll move on to public comment. So this is anything that you would like to talk about that's not on tonight's agenda, or anything you'd like to talk about that's on our consent agenda that we'll get to next, which is several items that are not thought to be controversial. So we make one vote for all of them instead of individually. So this is your time, public, to speak on things not on the agenda. Other than the consent agenda, you can speak to that as well. So if you want to speak, come on up to the podium, and you have 3 minutes.
Grace Silva Santella. This is about an upcoming event on July 13th. In the afternoon, we will be having a special independent art house film. It will be a joint film at the library between the Friends of the Marina Library, Marina Tree and Garden Club, and the Monterey Audubon Society. We're going to be showing a documentary called All That Breeze. It follows two brothers in Pakistan who are working to save a raptor there called a black kite. And following the film, Amanda Pierce from the Audubon Society will be leading a walk through Loch Padden Park. So I hope all of you can join us. It should be a really good film event. And that's at 2:30, July 13th, after our very, very popular Dad's Read event, which will have the My Wheelie Mobile or whatever you call it there that day.
Thank you very much, Grace. Thanks for all the work you do, all the volunteering.
Hi, John Sanders. At the June 18th council meeting, city manager noted that the city had purchased a ladder truck. There were some details that you didn't mention. The cost of the ladder truck, the expected delivery date, and how you would take care of it, how you would house it when there's no current building that can accommodate its size. So I'd appreciate answers to those questions.
Thank you very much, John. Anyone else in the room that would like to speak in person? Troy, you want to come up? Okay, no one else that's in the room in person? And if not, then we'll go online and see if there's anyone there that would like to speak. Denise Turley, good evening.
Good evening. This will be quick. Just an experience with calling 384-7575. You're actually calling the county of Monterey. You're not counting the city of Marina, and it will bug you to death with the prompt to text them. So if you're on your landline, you obviously can't text. And if you don't answer after 3 or 4 bugs, it just cuts you off. So I just wanted to bring everyone to the attention that if you dial that number, you need to be on a cell phone or it won't answer for you. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you, Denise. Anyone else online that would like to speak tonight at this time? We'll give everyone a moment before closing public comment. Okay, we'll close public comment. And as our practice, Lane, did you write down those 3 questions that John has? And do you have a way of contacting him?
Yes, I have his email, so I'll email him.
All right, John, thank you. I don't know the answers to any of those 3 questions. So I'm looking forward to hearing it myself. Although I do think that the cost was about 1.1 million, something like that. 1.4. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, good questions, John. Thank you. Sure.
I did want to bring up, and our police or fire chief can jump in. She brought up the 7575, the number at county dispatch. And so when any member of the public calls after hours or a non-emergency number, it does go in the county. About a month ago, they implemented this new system. So you don't get a live voice. And the reason you don't get a live voice is just because the number of calls and the available live dispatches, there just aren't enough. And so to handle the call volume, they've now put in this automated system. And so when you call, you do have to, you punch in numbers, or it'll ask you, like you typically do, what's your question, what's your problem, and it'll try to work you through a menu to get to the person that you need to get to, or at least to answer your question. It's a project in learning, and I've tried it myself. I think council member, maybe most of our council members have. It's a system that works off of artificial intelligence, so it's learning. And so they've told us, give it a couple months. It's starting to learn the type of questions, where to route them. And so it is frustrating a little bit right now. And if you have an emergency, you can always call 911. Otherwise, be patient, work through this menu, and eventually the county tells us it'll learn and it'll be much more effective. But it's a little bit frustrating right now.
Not really. The city manager, he really explained it fairly well. And it's always been that way. It goes into the comm center, emergency communication center, the number that they call. But, they don't have enough staff working, and 4th of July is really busy down there because people are hearing gunshots and other things. And so they're calling 911, and, they're trying to manage the workload. And with this AI answering system they're using now, they're telling us is getting better and better every day. I know the city manager expressed some frustration to me the other day about it. And, when I talk to the folks down there, emergency communications, it's getting better and better. And I'm sure if someone says fireworks in Marina, hopefully those are pretty solid key words, and it'll get to the right dispatcher. But then again, getting to a real person or anything, they're extremely busy tomorrow night, and so it still may take a while, even if it's ringing at a console. I don't know how much they're going to be staffed up tomorrow, but it's just one of the busier nights of the year.
All right. Thank you, Chief. Councilmember McCarthy?
Mr. Mayor, could the fire chief or city manager, if I believe there's an online, so you don't even have to use your phone component as well. Can anyone speak to that?
I'm not 100% sure. I think that there is, but I know you can text in.
I think it's called Spark or something, but maybe if members of the public are interested, they can Google Monterey County 911 dispatch. And I believe there's a page on this new computer system as well. So if you're one that better articulates your thoughts in text or over the computer or email, and then that way, I think a dispatcher will read it and process and send it to the right person.
Yeah, I do know they have the capability to accept text messages now. I'm not sure in this other system. I'm just not familiar with it. I should be, but I'm not.
All right. Thanks again, Chief. All right. So we're going to move on to our consent agenda. Do any members of the City Council have any questions or brief comments on any of those items? Mayor Pro Tem Vischer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to recuse myself from 10F2 and 10G2 due to conflicts of interest.
So Elizabeth lives too close to a couple items for her to be able to vote on them. All right, let's go to Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have two comments on 10 G3, which is the amendment to the new image landscape agreement. Per chapters 3.16.070 and 13.02 of our municipal code, I just would encourage all of our staff to be mindful of our local preference policies for contractors. And then on 10J1, which is receive and file the city's annual audit, I would like to thank Ms. Pernetta and her staff for this great work. I know that audits are never easy. And so thank you so much and best wishes with your new endeavors.
Thank you, Jenny. Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, and I want to just follow up with Councilwoman McAdams on the financial report, and you all can't see it, but it's very large and it's very dense and it's very technical. So it's a very hard read for even us. But I just want to say real briefly that this is a clean audit report, and it's happened last year as well. And I just, all this work, I want the public and all of us to really appreciate the meaning of that we have really monitored our expenses versus our revenues, and we had control over that. And yet we still we're able to save 18% of our total revenues for the emergency fund. So we've continued to not be lax on that. We have our internal controls for the budget, so that's always in place. Our tax revenue has gone up, and yet we're seeing a lot of projects happen in our community. And so I too want to give kudos to everyone here that we have a really fine financial report, and it's not just saying that this happens easily and it takes a lot of people's work, not only our finance department, but certainly our city manager and all of our department heads as well. So thank you everyone for doing that.
All right. Thank you, Kathy. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Just in terms of 10G2, a quick question. And Exhibit A is supposed to depict the boundaries of that CFD. And I don't know because mine's not in color, or I'm just having a hard time understanding where the boundaries are there in that exhibit. Okay. Got it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You betcha. Thanks for asking. Okay, I'll motion we approve the consent minus the two recusal items, 10F2 and 10G1.
I second.
10F2 and 10G, two, sorry. Okay, that's my motion. And we have second by Councilmember Elizabeth, Councilmember Fisher, Councilmember Biala seconded it.
Thank you.
Any final comments before we go to a vote? I'll just say thank you to all the staff on all these items. They're not thought to be controversial, but they still take a lot of work. So thank you to everybody behind those. All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion passed unanimously. Now, does Elizabeth need to step out of the building?
I think unless there's a discussion.
Okay. Okay. Then would someone like to make a motion on the two recusal items, 10F2 and 10G2?
Sure, I'm happy to move for approval.
Second.
All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, say no. So that motion passes 4-0 with Elizabeth, Councilmember Fisher recusing herself. All right, thank you. So now we move on to our action items. The first of which regards Lock Padden Park. Who will be presenting this? Oops, did I skip over a hearing? I'm sorry, let's back up one step. We have a public hearing regarding an amendment to our municipal code.
And I'll be handling that, Mayor, or
Yep. Okay.
this actually was brought to our attention by Councilmember McAdams, and we appreciate it. In our municipal code, which was adopted a long time ago, it referred to our council members as a councilman, MAN, and obviously things have changed and terminologies have changed, and so she brought it to our attention that we need to update that section of the code, and so this item is to change councilman to council member, but actually it is only the start of the update process, because if you look through the code and some of the other council members have brought it to my attention, it's like when it talks about city manager, it always talks about he and him, and it's like if those things have changed, it's they and them, and so internally we are going to be working on those items, and piecemeal we're going to be bringing these changes back, and it's going to be kind of default into our city attorney's plate, and he has his staff that's going to be helping on that. So this is going to be the start of kind of getting our terminology right.
All right. Thank you, Lane. All right. So we'll open a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this matter? This is your time as public. Anyone in the room that wants to speak in person? If not, we'll go online. See if anyone online wishes to speak on this. Not seeing any hand raised. We'll give it one more moment for anyone online to raise their hand. All right, we'll close public comments. Would someone like to make a motion?
I would. Okay, I move that we accept the ordinance of the City Council of the City of Marina amending Title II zoning code of the Marina Municipal Code to modifying Title II administration personnel to update terminology in Marina Municipal Code for inclusivity, replacing councilman with council member.
I'm happy to second that.
And I have to say, just as a discussion, there were so many references to our city manager. Oh, yeah. Okay, thank you.
This is minor change compared to a lot of other changes that our community development department have been wrestling with and coming forward on a regular basis, seems like. So thank you to the community development department for this and all the other changes and updates you've been doing. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any final comment before our vote? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. I'm sorry.
Have to be a roll call.
Oh, it's an ordinance. So it has to be a roll call. Thank you.
Councilmember McAdams,
Yes.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Yes.
Councilmember Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vischer,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. Thank you. So that motion passes 5-0 unanimously. So now we move on to hearing about a recommended update to our Monterey Peninsula Regional Park District Master Plan and Design Development Report for our Lock Padden Wetland Park, which is kind of surrounding our library. And our city manager, Lane Long, will lead us through this.
Thank you, Mayor. And we really don't need any official action by council on this item, but it really is kind of to update really the community and the council of all the things that are going on with Lock Padden Park, but also to forward what our existing plans to the Regional Park District Board to make sure that they get these incorporated in their master plan and make sure they don't have any issues with these. And so if you can go to the next slide. One of the unique things about our community, I remember when I first got here 12 years ago, we had a lot of different retreats, and what was talked about was connectivity and how important that is. We talked about connectivity in so many different areas, from connectivity in our parks to our communications to public to city hall to our transportation systems. And when I look at connectivity, I look at Lock Padden Park, and Lock Padden Park is kind of this amazing little park, not little, 17 acres, I think, almost in the center of our existing city. And it really kind of serves as an entrance to our city. You enter our city from Del Monte, way on the north end or on reservation, and you come by through Lock Padden Park. So it's an entrance. It's a corner of our downtown area. And as we're going through this downtown vitalization plan, it is a key part of that. It's this little central park that we have. And you look at all these big cities and small cities and cities around, the really nice ones, they have these central parks that serve as gathering places. And so Lock Padden serves that for us. We have our community library there. And again, that serves as a great gathering point for people. The council approved a Martin Luther King sculpture garden. Again, it's part of this whole gathering part of the park. It's planned to be a recreation and active play area. And you see some of those components in the park, and we have future plans for it. It's planned to be an educational and intergenerational learning center. There are so many different species out there in different habitats and the wetlands area. And so it's slated for that whole educational component. There actually is a habitat mitigation area. When the Holiday Inn Express was developed, it was on some Sanguilia And so part of that project was shifted the mitigation for that over to Lock Padden Park. I think is about 3.5 acres. And unfortunately, that was not maintained at all. And so that area that's supposed to be for habitat mitigation there is just all grown over with weeds and other plants. And so that still is a part of that mitigation area. And that's part of our long-term plans is to figure out how we're going to get that back to where it needs to be. And then a core feature of it is this amazing pond wetland. And so when you look at Lock Padden Park, it really is this amazing parking feature that we have. Next slide, please. Actually, go one more. An interesting thing about Lock Padden Park is you see in the yellow areas, that property is actually owned by the city of Marina. And so the parking lot and the initial wetlands area, that's the city of Marina. And then you see up where the library is, that little yellow area, that's the city of Marina. And then on the bottom end, you see these two little rectangle yellow areas. Those are the city of Marina. And then everything else is owned by the Monterey Peninsula Regional Park District. And so it's a interesting shared ownership park. But way back, I think it's 1987, the city made an agreement with the Regional Park District that even though the park district owned all that property, the city would be responsible for all the maintenance of it. So park district owns it, but we pay for the maintenance of the park. And so that's a interesting thing that we don't own it, but we maintain it. And I'm not sure all why that happened. And that may be something that we may want to revisit in the future. Next slide, please. So back in 2005, and this really was an effort of the city of Marina at the time. A bunch of citizens got together and the park district had owned the property for a long time and nothing was happening. It was just sitting there. And so the city of Marina put a group together and we had our Recreation and Cultural Services Commission involved and different citizen groups and our Chamber of Commerce and the Regional Park Board, and they all worked together and they put together this master plan, and that's in your in the staff report is this master plan, and this is just kind of the highlight of that master plan. And again, it's not carved in stone that these are all the requirements, but it gives you a sense of what some of the plans were for this park. And so you see this beautiful wetland area, and what you don't see is we have these wetland areas that are really close by. And so this is just one wetland of a network of wetland areas that the original plans were trying to preserve and protect all these wetland areas. And then you see all these other features that they drew in for volleyball courts and bocce courts and horseshoe places, and they wanted pavilions and big outdoor amphitheater, meandering walking paths, parking areas, restrooms. It talked about in this plan the future library. At this time, the library wasn't built. There originally was a bridge across the pond, and so it talked about putting this floating bridge back in. It had lookout points, and so it really had a really fun vision. That was back in 2005. The problem is, since then, the park district really hasn't put any money that I'm aware of into the development of the park. Any development of the park has come from the city, and so some things have happened. Yet the library was built, the Martin Luther King Garden was built. The mayor has a group of Citizens for Sustainable Marina. They've worked on putting in oak woodlands and community gardens and food forest and a lot of other features there. But all the improvements really have been led by the city of Marina and not the park district. And so if you can go back to one more slide back. So this gives you a sense of the active projects that either have been approved by the city of Marina, the city council, and this is just these projects we want to make sure that the regional park district is aware of these. I think they are aware of all these, but we want to forward these on that, yes, these are still our city projects and want them incorporated in the master plan. So one part is our general plan in the year 2000 talked about Lock Padden Park as one of the potential sites of relocation or building a civic center. And so that was actually before this master plan was created in 2005. So I'm not really sure why it wasn't shown on the map. But that is part of our city general plan 20 years ago. And again, it's not saying that that will be a site of future, but that's one of the potential sites. And we want to be make sure that the regional park district is aware of that and continues to support it. You know, we have met with their executive director, Raphael Payan, and Kelly Sorensen, who is the representative on their board from our area. And they're aware of all these active projects and they support these projects, but we want to be sure that we get these in front of the whole board and make sure the board is comfortable. So I talked a little bit about the Oak Woodland project, the community garden, the food forest. There's pollinator gardens, just a lot of different things are going on. And that's an important part of the restoration of the park, of the educational component of the park, but also an active component where people can actually come there and work and socialize and interact with each other. The Martin Luther King Sculpture Garden is now completed, and it's a beautiful place to walk and to meditate and reflect on those things that are individually important to people. Another project is an Asian garden. A few years back, the council had allocated $250,000 to kind of start that process for an Asian garden. We've identified a couple potential sites in the park, and the last photo I'll show some of the potential sites. But that's a fun project that a lot of people are interested in, and I think ACOM in our community has been very involved with that. We've had a lot of trips, and we talked about our staff report down to Fresno to Shinzen Garden, and they have a ume garden there. It's a Japanese. That one's a Japanese garden, but in our community, we've talked about an Asian garden because we want more than just a Japanese garden. We want a garden that reflects all the different diverse cultures that we have here in our city. And so that's an important component of it. The habitat mitigation area that I talked about, we need to work on figuring out how we're going to address that and get that back to the condition it should be. And one of the thoughts is we're going to explore different potential sites on there. As we looked at an Asian garden, ideally some of the features of that area that the habitat mitigation areas that might work for an Asian garden, but it may not work. As we talk to Fish and Wildlife, they may say no, they want to keep it there. But so that's one thing. And then the last is the pond and wetland area. The council back in 2012 approved an implementation plan for maintaining and cleaning up that pond and wetland area. And then since 2012, we really haven't done anything. I think anyone who's walked down there can see a lot of the tulies and different things have grown up, and we really haven't maintained that pond and that wetland area. And so the council has approved $100,000, and we have a group called SWCA. They're an environmental consulting group, and they're right now putting together a scope of work that's going to look at that previous implementation plan and then work with us on putting together a plan really to start maintaining that pond. And it will look at the wetland component, it'll look at the endangered species component, it'll look at the other habitat that use the pond that are dependent on the pond. And so what we want to end up with is this balance of cleaning up the pond, because part of it is for aesthetic and the enjoyment and pleasure to walk around it and potentially a bridge across it. But the other part is we have species that we want to look at and we want to protect and they use the wetland area. And so we just need some help on putting that plan together. And the end result is we're going to get a maintenance plan, and then we're going to fund it and move forward to start getting that cleaned up. And so those are some active projects that we have ongoing with the park. And that really is a full plate just of those projects by themselves. And if you can go to that last slide, one more, that one. So this just kind of shows kind of some of these different areas. So in red, that's kind of the big wetland area. The green is the oak woodland area and the food forest. We have drawn this little orange around potentially where the Asian garden can go. In their master plan, it talked about a headland pond and recirculating stream that would go all the way down to the pond and wetland area. Then the purple there is the habitat mitigation area. That's kind of the middle of stuff. And then on the blue, we kind of blew around, put an area around where a potential community center or civic type uses could go. And so that is kind of the plan that we wanted to forward on to the regional park district and let them know of our existing projects, and just wanted to get some feedback from the council on this active plan and any other ideas or comments that you'd like to make.
All right. Thank you, Lane. So our practice is to go to the public first. So this is the public's chance to speak. And we'll start with those of you who are here in person. If anyone would like to speak to Lock Patton Park and your thoughts, vision, now's the time for that. Welcome, Troy. Thanks for being the first speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members and the public. My name is Troy Ishikawa, and I'm a third-generation Monterey County resident. I come here to address an important cultural, educational, and historical possibility for the city of Marina and Monterey County. Marina's diversity is its strength, as we see in this room tonight. I and others dream about what Marina represents. Marina has one of the highest Asian Pacific Islander and mixed race demographics at around 30% in California, compared to San Francisco at 27 to 28% and Los Angeles at 10%. We need our public spaces to reflect all of our community. We see the possibility of an Asian design garden within Lock Patton Park. Lock Patton is already a destination in Marina. I have witnessed this for myself. I have volunteered there over the years and have seen all types of people, families, our elders and individuals walking through the park, and many people also volunteering in the Oak Woodlands and Community Garden. An Asian design garden will bring another connection point for even more residents of Marina and further away to come and enjoy the park. Asian design gardens tend to be quiet places that promote peace and reflection, a kind of Zen experience. I hope all of you can participate and enjoy such a garden experience with your approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Troy. Anyone else? Just come on up. You have up to 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor, city officials, council members. My name is Joy Pasador, and member of the Asian community of Marina. This is also about the Asian garden. So I hope you don't mind me reading, but I agree with this. In Japan, gardening is more than plants and their care. It's a philosophy. Each element of the garden represents an ideal, a physical representation of a spiritual pursuit. So as a nation long known in the land of opportunity, the United States symbolizes a place where one can reinvent his or her life, start anew, neither bound nor bolstered by thousands of years of national tradition. It's not surprising that Americans reinvent not only themselves, but numerous cultural creations brought over from other nations by immigrants and tourists alike. So one of the garden's core values is the belief that beautiful gardens and natural environments are fundamentally important to the mental and physical well-being of all people. In acknowledging Asian Americans and Pacific Islander heritage month, we honor the depth and richness of Asian flora and also the people that make manifest its many unique and wondrous cultures. In my opinion, the aesthetic value of the plants are important, but is equally important to the symbolism and origin of these greeneries. Each Asian plant represents our ethnicity, our cultural background. So when you put all these different Asian plants, it symbolizes the unity and diversity. It represents us, Asians, and how we understand, respect one another, and unify us as one community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joy.
Sorry, I forgot my reading class, so in my class. So hopefully I try to read as much as I can. Otherwise, I can do my math. So thank you, Mayor and from Tom and Marina Council member. My name is Twin Nguyen. I am the faculty at Montreal Peninsula College and also the faculty advisor for Asian Student Association in Montreal Peninsula College. I also represent for the Montreal County Vietnamese Buddhist Association, especially Vietnamese Buddhist Buddha Temple in Marina. As you may know, a lot of Vietnamese immigrants have been living in Marina after the Vietnamese Wars 1975. I was one of the Vietnamese refugees and came to the United States 1987 and worked with the Vietnamese community, especially for the Buddhist Association since 1987. So I still remember what happened in Marina since then. Many Vietnamese immigrants left their country and come to the United States to seek the freedom and build their new home. They really miss their country and feel loss of their culture and custom while residing in Marina, because the Southeast Asian country, the people really love the garden. So we came here. During my 1987, I haven't seen any garden, Asian garden around in Murray County. So I really not only meet my cultures, but Vietnamese people also meet the culture as well. So therefore they regularly visit the Asian Friendship Garden in San Jose every weekend because they have a lot of activity over there at the beautiful garden in San Jose. So my question is, why don't we have the beautiful garden in Marina? Therefore, I believe Vietnamese communities in Murray County really want to see the first Asian garden in Marina. Not only does the Asian garden in Marina represent for the symbolic of the Asian community in Montreal, but it also makes all the Asian people so proud of Marina City so that they can able to invite many other Asian communities in the Bay to come to Marina to see the beautiful Marina Asian garden. Let's make the garden become the reality and having Marina the first Asian garden in Monterey County.
Thank you, Dwayne.
Hello, my name is John Rondez, and I am a 50-year resident here of Marina, and I'm third generation. And I'm here just to read a letter from Dr. Fong Nguyen, who's a board member of ACOM. He couldn't be here today, and he wished that his statement to be read. So here it goes.
Dear honorable members of Marina City Council and the public at large, I want to voice my support for the proposed Asian American Garden in Marina. As an Asian American myself, an historian, I can attest to the vital importance of very concrete and very public connection to our shared past through parks, statues, and artwork. As Asian American Garden symbolizes the long and storied history of Asians living in Marina and the county, of the many contributions they've made to the entire community, and how wonderful it was that a multicultural city council wanted that collective memory to pass from one generation to the next. In addition, an Asian American Garden has the potential to literally bring the community together as a lovely location where people can walk, relax, and reflect. It can also become a jewel in Marina's natural beauty that attracts visitors from throughout the region who want their portraits, their proposals, or their weddings to take place here. These are just a few benefits of the many benefits of a garden that you'll hear about tonight, and I hope the council and community will embrace this fantastic opportunity to bring the community together and move it forward. Thank you for your time. Fong Nguyen, PhD. Thank you.
John. Thank you, John.
Good evening, Mayor Delgado, City Council members, and the community of Marina. My name is Cristina Valero Rondez. I am a second-generation Filipino American, and I've lived here in the city of Marina for over 50 years. I'm also a member of the ACOM organization. I hope the council understands what it will be like for all Asian communities to actually see an Asian American garden built with our histories on plaques throughout the garden. We will enjoy walking through a beautiful space and then see our own Filipino local history being shown to the public with other Asian American stories alongside ours. It is a powerful message that Asians are recognized and that we have a significant role in America and especially Monterey County. This is the most appropriate space for this garden, and it will become a tourist attraction, not only for Asians, but also non-Asians as well. Many cities across the United States and California have beautiful Asian gardens that are very popular. Please support this garden in Marina. There will be many questions and planning issues. However, any obstacles can be overcome if there is a will. Please support this garden with your vote, funding, and commitment. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina.
Everybody, good evening. My name is Kate Huang. As you see, I'm not Anna Tao. Anna Tao is an ACOM's board member, and she could not be here tonight. So I am reading her statement for her. Already said this beautiful and reasonable speech already. But for Anna Tao, as a Chinese American who has lived in Marina since 1993, I would have loved to see an Asian garden in Marina. My family and I used to own Lee's Garden restaurant for 26 years. Wow. We have a huge population in Asian immigration living here. We also have a very diverse population here with about 30% being people of color. Yes, different, yes. As the populations continue to expand with time, the people of Marina will love spending times in this garden. It will be great for family and children. We have never heard of anything negative with having an Asian garden. Most big city have them, and people love going here. Here, there. Okay, that's not how I say it. But as an Korean Americans, I am 100% in favor. I agree. So I hope the city of Marina will have an elegant and beautiful garden in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kate.
Good evening. My name is Young Soo Oh. I'm ACAM member. I'm here to support the Asian Garden. Before that, I'd like to thank you for the city and its leaders, especially like Mayor Delgado and city manager, the Lane Law, and all the council members. Thank you for what you're doing for the city and its people. Look at the Marina, it's constructions everywhere. It's really building city. I think it's a booming city, I would say, because of you guys working so hard and your vision and all that. And furthermore, you guys allocate a fund of 250,000 for the Asian Garden, and I think that is very nice things that you already planned it out like that. 250,000 is a good start with the Asian Garden, I think. If you look at the city, one side is like a huge development. So the other side, we need to do try to make a balance. So I think Asian Garden is a good thing to do because Asian Garden is not only just garden, it comes with the philosophy and from Asia. And it can teach the history and for relaxation for all the Marina people can benefit. Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Come on up, May.
Magandang gabi po. Good evening, Mayor Bruce and the council members and everyone. My name is May Dungo. I'm also a board member of the Asian community of Marina. I've been involved with the Asian Garden for a while now. You know, you've seen me here numerous times in the city council meetings. I've spoken a few times in the past about the importance of the Asian American Garden to us, the people of the city of Marina, as well as the Monterey County. I was on the first trip to Fresno to look at the Jinsan Friendship Garden and Umi Garden. And for many projects to become a reality, it must be planned properly, approved by the City of Marina councils. I have visited a proposed location numerous times. Although this garden will have Asian American title in it, it's not only for the Asian people to enjoy, but for the whole Marina community, as well as the Monterey County. We are not all different. We are all the same. We all build this community to call our home. This garden will promote Blue Zone for our people. For me, it's important to have a garden to see, to take a walk, to enjoy the beauty of our world we share together. I was very fortunate to be a part of the group who went to visit Korea. I enjoy visiting gardens, the beautiful buildings, the Asian architectures. We are not only Asian, we are also American. And this country we live in and proud to call our home The garden will memorize the past, today, and the future generation to come. Please approve this project. Let us all work together in building our city to be the best city that we can have. Salamat po. Mabuhay. Thank you. Diba?
Hello, I'm John Eugenio. I'm a business owner here in Marina, and I've been here since 1970, and I've seen a lot of changes in Marina. And the Asian Garden would be perfect because this is definitely Asian city. I remember like Patton Park, we used to have a drive-in movie theater. We used to have a skating ring in Marina, and I think this Asian Garden is going to give us that flair that we need in the city. And being Filipino and Korean, I'd be very proud to say and walk there and show everybody the garden. So I hope you folks vote for it. You know, Marina, when you talk about Marina, when you ask friends and family, what's what's the most popular thing in Marina? You know what they say? All the Asian restaurants. And the fog. You know what I mean? But no, seriously, I hope that the city pulls together and gets this garden together because that area, once it's developed, along with that Martin Luther King statue, it's going to be beautiful. So, I mean, this city's beautiful. I've been here for a long time. So, and I was a reserve police officer for Marina, an explorer for Marina. I've been here many, many years. I've been when there was 2 Japanese mayors here serving, and that was pretty cool to see. And also the military. I mean, a lot of the military families they came here to Fort Ord, and half of them were Asian. So as you can see everybody in here, these are all my uncles and aunties right here. So, you know, so anyway, thank you for letting me speak, and please vote on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Johnny. Anyone else? Come on up, Grace.
Hi, Grace Silva Santella. It must be enlightening for you, a pleasure for you to see so many of Marina residents come out to speak. But the agenda item is not about a specific development within the park, Lock Padden Park. The agenda item is this master park plan, and that is what was in your packet. As far as I know, the Asian Garden has not gone through the same kind of public review process that the MLK project did. And I welcome that. I want that to happen. You actually are being asked to provide some direction to the city manager. And the direction I would recommend is that you create an advisory committee, and that the advisory committee be made up of members of Citizens for Sustainable Marina, Friends of Marina Park, Friends of Marina Library, Marina Peninsula Regional Park District staff, Public Works staff, because they are the ones who are held responsible for maintenance of Lock Padden Park, ACOM, your Asian Community of Marina, the Monterey Audubon Society, and a few members at large I would invite. And I would suggest that we use the community room at the library and that we have an in-depth conversation about Lock Padden Park. I'm very happy to hear that there is a study, being that there are consultants on board right now to talk about the health of the lagoon and what we can do there. But there have been 3 downed cypress trees at the corner of Del Monte and Reservation Road that came down during the winter that have yet to be removed. There appears to be an encampment back behind those dead trees. We can't even take care of the maintenance at Lock Padden Park. And I support I was a professional landscape gardener for 40 years. I appreciate public parks, but I also understand how much maintenance that they require. And I see how many hours that Citizens for Sustainable Marina pull together to keep that community garden going. I just hope that you'll stay on the agenda item and advise for an urge an advisory committee to be formed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Grace. Anyone else wishing to speak in person tonight?
Mayor Delgado, is that just speaking there? Do I need to? Okay, Mayor Delgado, members of the City Council. My name is David Kong. I'm also a member of ACOM, and I also support the Asian Garden. I think it's of all those things that you have up there, I think the Asian Garden was one of your most important items to look at. Not only to bring the community together, also I think would be a big boon to the business community. And that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Okay, anyone else in person? We have a few people online. Let's start out with Jeffrey Markham. Good evening, Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council, and thank you to the City Manager for the presentation. One of the things about Loch Padden, I think we would all agree on, is it is a jewel, but it's been kind of unloved. If you go through the 2005 agreement, the landscape maintenance specifications, the city has not really lived up to much of what's required there. And I'm thrilled to hear that the lake is going to be addressed. But I think part of what the city has to do is to negotiate with the Monterey Peninsula Regional Park District about the relationship that we have with that park, because in my opinion, it's not been working. And the city's on the hook for a lot of the maintenance, but has basically, I think we got $45,000 from the park district last year. That's not nearly enough to maintain the areas that they continue to own. Regarding the Asian Garden, I think everybody in Marina would love to see the Asian Garden happen. They've made such incredible contributions to our culture and our society. And one thing I would like to recommend for the city and also ACOM is to go see the Chinese Cultural Garden in San Jose at the Overfelt Gardens. That was largely donated by immigrant families, Frank Lowe and Pauline and Dr. Chen Li Fu from Taiwan. But they have an interesting operational agreement with the city, because a lot of the features within the park are specialty maintenance that somebody who doesn't know about Asian gardening wouldn't know how to do. So the city is kind of delegated to a cultural group within San Jose to maintain those things. So it would be something that would be advantageous to try to understand if we're going to have features like that at our park here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Let's go to Christina Medina Dirksen.
Hello, Mayor and esteemed council members. Everybody can hear me okay, I hope?
Yes, good evening.
Excellent, thank you. I'm so proud of everybody there who's speaking. This is the footprint of what we have at Loch Padden has so much potential. We saw this on our trip to Korea. A beautiful lake in the middle and well manicured. And it was a tourist attraction and beloved. So I think we have an excellent opportunity to move forward with something that will serve residents and the tourists. Jeff is absolutely right, the speaker before me, that there needs to be, I shouldn't say there needs to be, I said, because that means somebody should do it, and somebody will, but working closer with the park district and asking and being on top of it, that we have to have a better arrangement for care of that park, which, by the way, there will be a seat open on the park district, and this is a great opportunity for all of you that are there to consider being a representative for Marina in the next election. In any case, I'm very proud of everybody who's spoken, because they've spoken their truth, and it's absolutely right that this is a gem. We've had lots of volunteers come out and turn something that's wild into something beautiful. So I'm all in support of including an Asian garden and taking a good look at what we can do as part of that master plan to improve the experience that is truly Marina. So I really can't add it to anything that Young Sue said it correctly. Ms. Dongo said it correctly. I think everybody's on board with just moving our community forward in the beauty, celebrating the beauty and the culture that we are. And I do hope an Asian garden is part of that. So I do support us moving forward and working together on a master plan. So the direction for the city manager would be see how we can work better with the park district, clean up the lake so it's usable, and think about every good city has a park, a central park. So, and water features, of course, are very calming. So just want to say thank you to everybody there, especially to Councilmember Biala for her heavy work and our city manager's heavy work in really hoping to make this a possibility. Very much appreciated, and you're doing our community a wonderful service. So that's all. Thank you all.
Thank you, Christina. Let's go to iPhone. Go ahead, iPhone.
Oh.
Hello, we can hear you.
Yes, I'm an iPhone. This is Greg Simmons. I'm not, wasn't aware that my phone is representing myself. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm not going to speak for or against any particular project. I think the points that Grace Centella Silva made about having a process about how things are decided and planned for, I think is really important. Lac Pavilion is used by lots of different people, especially during the pandemic. It was amazing how many people were going there. It also represents open space, which, we're living in a very natural environment, everyone, if you think about it. But in the city, there are very few places that actually have places you can see wildlife and birds and native plants. I think a lot of things, and we have the other projects going on, the process for deciding how things get done is not transparent. Individuals or groups seem to decide to do things, and I, as a citizen who lives near the park, I don't see what the process is for regular citizens to engage and help decide what's going on. And so that's one of my questions. What's the process for going forward, deciding what the plan will be for that space? And also another question is any regard for Lac Paduns specifically in part of the Marina 2040 process? Thank you very much.
Greg, can you repeat that last question?
Oh, the last question is consideration for open space within the city and the Marina 2040 plan, and specifically for what happens at Lac Padun, is that part of the 2040 Marina planning process?
Thank you, Greg. Mia Nguyen. Hello, Mia. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Can everyone hear me? Yes, hi. My name is Mia Nguyen. I'm part of ACOM, and I was fortunate to have visited the Shinsen Gardens in Fresno, a very beautiful garden and very well maintained, with lots of volunteers, and that put a lot of work in it to make it a beautiful space to have weddings and take pictures. So I think a garden would be a fantastic idea for Marina. It would be a gem. I would just like to caution that it does take a lot of work, and it takes a village to make it work. So I would like to reiterate that, we involve all the communities and all the voices to provide input as to how best to accomplish that. I've also lived in San Jose, that has a Japanese friendship garden, which when it started out was absolutely amazing. It had a huge pond, it had koi fish, beautiful trees, and it's very, very big. Unfortunately, the city of San Jose did not maintain it very well, and it's currently very run down. So I would like to encourage the members to go and visit that garden and learn from the things what not to do. I'm optimistic that it can be done with a lot of effort and willingness and assistance from volunteers. I just would like to say that it takes a lot of effort, and it should be a joint decision. It should be, you know, everyone that would like to provide input has the ability to do so. And that the city is open as to how decisions are being made. And yeah, overall, I'm in support of it. I just would like to see the plans and how things are getting accomplished. But I'm in support of the Japanese garden. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mia. Anyone else online that would like to speak that hasn't, please raise your hand. We'll give you a moment. All right, seeing no one raise their hand, we'll close public comment. All right, well, let's open public comment for anyone in person who hasn't spoken that wants to speak, and then we'll do the same thing online just to make sure. Come on up here, eh?
Hi, everybody. So I'm here, Park, the new Korean American Association president, and I'm very happy to be here tonight, and then all the supportive citizens here. And I think if you make the Asian garden, there is not only for the Asian, of course, you know everybody, so for all the community of the Marina citizens. So like other park or other gardens. So I'm pretty optimistic if you have something, some for the garden. So for everybody. So thank you. It's just too late right now, right? Thank you.
Thank you, Here. Okay, anyone else in this room that wants to speak? And we'll go online, catch anybody that might still want to speak there. Okay, seeing no one rising, we'll go online. Anybody online wish to speak, please raise your hand. We'll give you a moment. Okay, we'll close public comment. Run through the questions. Greg asked, what's the process for planning the design of the park?
Sure, I can answer that, Mayor. And I think that is part of the crux of why we're here tonight. They went through an extensive process and created this master plan. And the park district really has been great partners. And I didn't make that clear enough, I think, in my presentation. Rafael Pion they've been great partners. They've supported all these different projects over the years with the park, as well as the park board. They have been very supportive. All these different projects that have moved forward, they have been great supporters of it. What they've made clear to us is they don't want to go through a process and change their master plan. They think they have a great master plan in place, and they're happy with that master plan. They want to be sure that these ongoing projects that we have align with the master plan. As we've walked through that park with Kelly Sorensen, he has said all these projects absolutely, he believes, align with the master plan. And so he just wanted to be sure and get all these in front of their board. And so from a process, he made it very clear, they did not want to start over from scratch and develop a new master plan for the park. They're very happy with that. And they believe that all these projects right now are consistent with their master plan.
So what is then the process for the planning design of the future for Loch Padden Park?
So I think these individual components, I think what we have before these different action plans, I think these really take up much of the park. And so if their board concurs with all that, then I think we just continue to move forward with the city's plans as is. Like some of the questions were asked was, what about the transparency of the process? Well, the general plan, when it was in 2000, you couldn't imagine a more transparent process. The whole community was involved, and they made very clear, and a part of that community civic center is an important part. And so I think the public was very much engaged with that. On the wetland pond area, that was project that the city council approved. The expenditure of that report came in, the city council accepted that report for the implementation plan to improvement. So that was a very transparent, open process. As we've with the Asian Garden component, again, those were allocations approved by the city council as we've gone through our budget process. We've had open public hearings and they've talked about that, and those were approved in that process. The same thing as on the Oak Woodlands and some of those areas. And most recently, the pollinator garden, the funds for that and the contracts for that, and that came to the city council, and that was approved by the city council. And our budget was $50,000 allocated for improving the irrigation system at the park. And so all these individual components have gone through either a budget process with budget hearings and public meetings, and all these are consistent with the master plan. What we're not proposing, at least in our staff report, we're not proposing changing the master plan, and that's based on what the park district has told us.
And then moving to the 2040, the current general plan that's being drafted for the 2040 vision. Does it cover open spaces, and does it specifically address Loch Padden Park?
I'll default to Guido on that.
Yes, there are 7 required elements of the general plan, and parks and conservation is part of that whole chapter of the general plan.
Okay, thank you, Guido. I don't see any other questions, but if anyone noted questions I didn't record, can you please let us know? Okay. So that's it for the questions. Everything else was comments, and thank you for everybody for your comments. So now let's go to Councilmember McCarthy, who's been very patient. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I heard one of the members of the public mention that she had never heard anything negative about the Asian Garden, and I certainly agree with that, which is a great position to be in. And nonetheless, it is everything, I think, to this, certainly to me, I think for this council, that so many of you are here tonight to speak, a voice that is so often, quite frankly, unrepresented in our city decision-making. And so I just want to thank you for being here. And I hope that you will be here not only tonight, but many nights on many different issues. And quite frankly, as I look out in the audience, I think there's many of you that should not be sitting out there, but should be sitting up here. And so I just want you to kind of consider that. And again, I want to thank you for being here. And I suspect my colleague, Councilmember Biala, was a cheerleader as well. And so thank you. I do have a couple questions. So one of the things that I heard a couple times tonight is, and I often talk about, is our relationship with other agencies. And so a question to the city attorney is, if the Parks District Board were to agree, is there any reason why we couldn't have a joint meeting or some kind of joint session with that agency?
I think we could set that up. I think there would be noticing requirements, but I don't see why there couldn't be a joint session.
I don't know how my colleagues on the council feel about that, but I would be incredibly interested in that. This park is so important to this council, to our city, and yet much of the land, quite frankly, we don't own. And so I'd be interested in starting there. As I talk to Parks District Board members, a lot of them seem very confused about what's going on in Marina, as equally as we are confused, some of us, what's happening on the Parks District side. So in terms of this final map here to the city manager, I'm just curious where this came from, who drew it. I'd never seen this before tonight.
So that was concepts drawn up by Raphael Beyond, their executive director. So he's gone through different concepts. So he kind of just sketched it out where some of these were. Again, it's nothing firm or concrete, but it's just trying to kind of lay out a framework of the different components so you can understand it a little bit better.
Okay. And just in terms of that concept, I see that the proposed Civic Center, which I want to reiterate what the city manager said, and that is that no decisions have been made where a potential Civic Center would go. But I noticed in this concept, the Civic Center is set much more inland than what I thought was even previously discussed as an idea. And I'm wondering if there's a reason for that. Is that because that's firmly in City of Marina property, or is there no real reason? That was just the proposal.
It was just a concept thrown in there, and no really thinking above that.
Okay. Final question for now, and then maybe we can circle back. But in terms of the mitigation area, it's another thing that I've talked a lot about. There used to be a fence protecting that mitigation area over time. It was taken down, I think, by city staff. I'm not sure. There's been a lot of encampments in that mitigation area. My question is, does Fish and Wildlife review our progress on that? Would they, I mean, do they give like a rating, like, hey guys, you've got an A+, you're doing great on keeping up this mitigation area? Do they not care? How does that work?
We're, as part of our updated, we're going to reach out to Fish and Wildlife. We haven't heard anything since I've been here about that mitigation area. So I'm not sure it's high on their radar list, but we are going to be reaching out to them and seeing what we need to be doing from their perspective.
Do we know, is our obligation to preserve that mitigation area into perpetuity?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay, thank you. That's it for now. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Brian. Let's go to Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the public for your thoughtful comments and for taking the time to be here this evening. I think something that is really obvious that we're missing is just very basic maintenance of Lock Padden Park. And what I would suggest, and what I hope to take away from this conversation is part of that success of a maintenance plan would be to renegotiate the 1987 lease. It is my understanding that other municipalities do not pay for maintenance. We are the only jurisdiction that does, except for like occasional safety calls at the Frog Pond or in Seaside. So the same with like Garland Ranch. So I would just really encourage staff. We talk about cart before the horse. This is just like the real basic starting line. As the commenter said, there are lots of trees down from the winter storms. It's very obvious. And also the innards of the wetlands are extremely overgrown. And so, you know, just for me, that would be the starting line. That's great that they have a master plan from 2005, and typically master plans sit on a shelf somewhere and don't get implemented. And we're seeing that. And I know the city has been doing the best that it can. But for me, you know, before we talk about civic center and a, you know, potentially a Asian American garden and other components, I think we need to be successful at just the very basic needs of the park. And for me, that starts with the lease. Because it's clear that the city is not able to successfully maintain the park. And of course, I mean, it's a very special park, right? There's wetlands, there's lots of environmental components to the park. So with that, who at the city is the contact to the Parks District?
Good question.
Yeah.
We don't have someone really necessarily designated.
Right, but our city manager and the general manager of Monterey Peninsula Regional Park District talk often.
Okay.
So it's sort of an unofficial liaison between the two heads of our agencies. It's not like they don't know each other, don't know what each other is thinking or doing. But when we have maintenance issues, those also will go to Rafael Payan, because he's their head, and then it will be discussed who's going to take care of it. And if it's in the past when there's been a bench that would need to be replaced because it was vandalized, they would replace the bench. If the bench needed to be painted, we would paint the bench. So there was sort of this tenant landlord working arrangement where we would do what you would think a tenant would do, and they would do what you think the landlord would do. So if we were going to make improvements that cost money, we would go to them and they would give us the money. And I'm talking less than $10,000 at a pop. So we'd say, hey, can we put in a community garden? They'd say yes. We'd say it's going to cost $6,000. Can you pay for it? They'd say yes. And so there's been that kind of a working relationship, kind of like a tenant landlord.
So nothing really formal then. It just sounds like there's sort of conversations here and there and they'll approve things.
Yeah, I think in the staff report, there was mention of a arrangement. I think you called it the lease. That's the only official document.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Some things are official. A lot are just unofficial discussions.
Okay. So for me, I mean, again, going back to the lease, I would, instead of it being just kind of willy-nilly, like, let's be really clear on what things the city is responsible for and when the Parks District is coming to help. So with that, does the city manager or Public Works, is there a maintenance plan that was formulated with the Parks District?
No, I'm not
No.
aware of any maintenance plan.
Okay.
Formulated.
Okay, so it just seems like there's just some real basic needs to start with. And I think I'm just gonna leave my comment at that and let someone else go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jenny. Okay, let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So let me say that first, the 2005 original master park plan and design is very old. It's 19 years old, and yet that is the foundational document that we must abide by because it emanates from a whole process that involved lots of people as well as the MPRPD. And I just want to note that how the elements of that old plan could be very consistent with having an Asian American garden in Loch Padden Park. And I want to just point out the elements on this map is that it starts with a large head pond. It says there's a meandering stream with, quote, rifling cascades. I'm not so sure I know what that means exactly. I guess bubbling brooks. Quote, trails bridged at streams crossings. Of course, in our Asian garden, we envisioned those crosswalks over the stream, right? The large open greensward, I'd never heard of that word either. Large open greensward is exactly the place we're contemplating for the Asian American garden. So that is an open passive park area. They also talked about interpretive panels, education areas. I think they're referring to the environmental information, but we can also have a human environmental plaques and education about the immigration histories. They talk about observational platforms. For example, when we were in Korea, we saw this wonderful, fairly large pagoda style open platform, and it would be consistent with the description here. So I think that, this is a variation of that theme, but even the board members of MPRPD had said, well, they did call for a stream. We're not asking for a stream that wasn't already planned in 2005. So I think there's great support even by this document for what we envision as an Asian community as well. I also understand about the lease that Councilwoman McAdams is talking about, that the whole maintenance issue, and we've on this dais have talked ad nauseum about always maintenance issues being last to be considered, which it needs to be at the same time when any project, I don't care if it's the sports center or the aquatic center, we have to, at the same time we envision the project, we also have to state and identify and fund the maintenance. So I don't see this as any different, that I wouldn't say that we have to figure out the maintenance before the projects. I think that they go hand in hand. And when we go before the MPRPD board, that be considered, and that focus then becomes, you know, a major. At one point in the, I wanted to also address this map with the, can we get that map up? Doug, I'm sorry, you can't see me. Well, while he's, there he is. Okay, so this map also is new to me as well, but I think that they show the Asian American garden in the mitigation area, and that may never come to fruition because Fish and Wildlife Services may never allow us to take that mitigation area and put in something in its stead. I have concerns about that, if that is their philosophy, because right now that is kind of a homeless encampment at times. And, you know, so it's really not being used for mitigation, and it's actually facilitating homelessness within our Loch Padden Park. But the Asian American garden that we envisioned was not where the orange part is. It goes past the pathway, and anything on this side of the pathway, I don't know if that's, I don't know my directions, but anything below that pathway is not going to be usable because it's quite damp, and we have to make sure that in rainy seasons that that's not going to overflow on that. So the actual orange part should actually be on the other side of the pathway, and in that sort of oval bean-shaped area, that should be the location rather than way down here. Do you see that? So that was not a part of the original plan. It is on the other side of the pathway. So I just want to make note of that, that isn't an area that was envisioned. And yeah, and so this one says the Asian Park is in the mitigation area, and there's no alternative site for that. So I would like to make that specific change, is that the orange be, you know, on the other side of the pathway. Yes. Is that your, Doug, is that your cursor? Yeah. So it's up further. So start back where you were on this side of the path. You see the path there? Yeah, but follow it around, down, go down. Okay, and then go to your right. Okay, now it's the orange should be above that and extending into some of that green area there. Yeah, so it'd be that area.
I'm sorry, is there another diagram that you're looking at? Of where you're saying the garden is proposed, or?
Well, it's basically coincident with the large open greensward,
Yes, yes.
which is north of the path that she wants to stay north of.
Yeah, if you look at this one, you see where it says large open greensward, that would be the area, which is different than this one that was
Got it.
hand
Thank
drawn.
you. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's all I have
All
to
right.
say right now.
Thank you. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And also from me, thank you so very much for being here, for having spoken in person or online. Awesome. And maintenance, our package contains 24 pages of the description of landscape maintenance specifications, which shows that we can type out all we want, but if we don't do it, it doesn't work. So, I've said it before, if you're down in downtown Marina, if you don't know that there's a beautiful park there, you will not know because it's so overgrown. If we could just at least open it up from Reservation and Del Monte, I've almost wanted to grab a saw myself. But that won't work. Okay. So, yeah, city manager in the staff, sorry, report in the end, which I can, oh, here. It says, fiscal impact. Park impact fees can be used for development of park amenities in the park. How much money do we have left on the park impact fees?
I think we currently have a balance of 5 or 6 million in the park impact fees.
Okay.
Now park impact fees can only be used for, they can't be used for maintenance, any ongoing maintenance or repairing or replacement of existing, but for expansion of park facilities. And if it's part of the park impact fees plan, then the act can be used for that.
That's better than I feared. So thank you. And then, yeah, I'm of course also totally in favor of adding an Asian park or garden to this park. What I'm afraid of, and I see the sketch, and I know this is just a sketch, and I hear about individual components. We need to have a bird's eye view for this park, because like I've said before, the library, it's backwards. If we want to add a civic center there, we will need to do something to the library to open that up, because now the back side of the library is facing the park. So, and the same for an Asian garden, you know, if it's something wherever it's going to be designed, please stroll through it to get to the library, things like that. Just don't see it as individual components. They are, but they should work together. So, that is it for me. I'll be short. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, that's great. Thank you very much. I think there's good reason for a community to come together to plan some things. And there's good reason to appreciate what's been done. When the Candy Owen Memorial Bench went in, her husband, Mike, spent close to $6,000 and got some community money. And that's one of the more popular features of the park. So we didn't go through a plan to put in the Candy Myers Owen bench. When the Dolphin went in, it was not, there wasn't a big community meeting about should we put a dolphin or shouldn't we. When the Oak Woodland went in, when the community garden went in, when the compost bin went in, when the shed went in, these are all things that the public has embraced, but they didn't go through any official process that involved vast master planning. When the false turf was put on that 3-tiered structure at the start, it went through a little bit of, you know, but it really was just a community coming together who wanted to make the park better. And that park's best elements have been driven by our community, not the whole community, but driven by people who had a passion. And the whole community is embracing it now, and they enjoy all these improvements that relatively small groups have made. The Friends of Marina Library are about to put in a planted garden next to the building, and they've chosen the plant palette that they want to put. There's no extensive planning project for that. On Earth Day, we put in a professionally designed pollinator garden in 3 of the parking lot islands to make the parking lot beautiful, because it's been ugly for so many years. So we can leave it ugly. We could have a big community meeting about what to do with the parking lot, or we can just make it beautiful now. And now it's already becoming more beautiful. On July 20th, I mentioned earlier, we're going to plant another island in the parking lot. It's going to be beautiful, but there was no big plan for it. And as the city manager said, all the things I've mentioned are not inconsistent with the master plan. And if you like a mustard, weedy, grassy field that's called Greensward, that's what we've had for, you know, since the family moved out in the 80s. We've had nothing but a weedy field that nobody uses except the squirrels and the ice plant and the mustard. And so to put an Asian garden there, do we need a huge master planning community effort compared to a weedy field that's just sat there with no improvement whatsoever? But I do think that we need community to decide, you know, with our minimal budget to maintain stuff, what are the priorities? Is it the pathways? Do we want new pathways? There's lots of things we can spend money on. The lake needs to be cleared out like every 7 years because the plants that are there grow back fast. That's a lot of money. We did it, I think, in 2014, and it looked great to people who want open water. It didn't look great to a lot of the wildlife who depend on cover, but we have an 60-40% ratio. That's in one of these documents for the water to be maintained approximately within 10% of that ratio. So that's a lot of money. So I do think there's reason for the community to come together, but I don't think it needs to come together every time there's a little project that's more or less consistent. And if we would have had the community come together, we may not have had anything done up until now. That mitigation, well, I have some other things to say, but I think my 5 minutes is up. So let's go round robin fashion. Let's go back to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. So kind of following Councilmember McAdams' comments about the Parks District, I think it's important to realize that there is a true equity issue here. We all, as those of us that are property owners, pay into the Monterey Peninsula Regional Parks District fund through their tax rolls, right? And those funds, as I understand it, come from all throughout the county. And if we were to receive only what we paid, it probably wouldn't be much because our property values are a little bit lower here. And I don't know what we're receiving now, but it doesn't seem like a lot. And so I think it's important to point out that we have Lock Padden Park. We have the Dunes Reserve. And I think those are the only 2 Parks District properties in our city. But when you look at things like Palo Corona and Garland Park, which receive tremendous amount of funding, which receive visitors from all throughout the region because they are so well funded, frankly. I do see an equity issue with what's happening within Marina. And to the Parks District, I would say if they were here, we thank you for being here. We thank what you did in 1987, whenever it was, when you helped purchase this land. We want you to continue. I want you to continue to hold on to this land so that we have that potential funding stream. And we want you to do more. We want you to recognize that we are a community that needs more than perhaps Palo Corona or the Monterey and Carmel parks. And so, again, it's that equity, idea of equity. And so I was the one that attended the budget meeting for the Parks District and asked for that $40,000, which I don't know if we've received yet. I guess a question for the city manager. I think the way the board worded it was that it was a matching. They were going to commit, and I think it was 40,000 if we committed 40,000. Did we receive anything from them that you know of?
I'll need to double check on that.
Okay. But I think we need to all show up and continue to ask for more resources to be put into our parks. To Councilmember Vischer, I will say, and I think it was 2012, they actually did clear that entire area on the corner of Reservation, and it was bizarre how quickly it grew back. I mean, you would never know that it was once almost completely leveled and all the trees were wood chipped. And so you're right, there has to be a long-term plan. You need to not only clear it out, but decide how you're going to treat it in the future. The last thing I think I'll say for now is, I'm struggling with this. A couple of us have talked about this planning perspective. And what I would say is the risk of not having it planned and go through the community process is that it would be equally then as easy for a new council to say, we're tearing it out, no community process, right? So it kind of goes both ways. And I understand the mayor's perspective, and I think he's absolutely right that we have achieved so much that may not have otherwise been achieved. But there's pros and cons to taking that approach. And so I tend to be one that champions transparency and a more robust community input process. But I'll just throw that out there. Thank you, Mayor. That's it for me for now.
Great. All right, let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So it seems like, I don't know if we can merge the 2 issues, because we're on a pathway right now in which we're reinforcing what was the master park plan in 2005. And then we have these other issues of financial obligations between the city and the MPRPD. And I don't know whether we can combine those when we go forward, but it seems like we should look at the lease agreement because financially, I think we have been inputting much more and taking a lot more responsibility. And then I would also like to say, given that scenario, that we also see about whether we can purchase the property from MPRPD. This doesn't really make sense that we are plowing ahead and we have a vision for what the park could be for the city of Marina, and yet we have to go to their board all the time to get final approval. We can't approve it. We don't own the property. So it's therein seems like there's a dilemma here, and that we should start seriously considering and opening up the possibility that Marina acquire the property, and then we wouldn't have this kind of strange arrangement. But for this particular project, I do agree. I think it was mentioned that we should have maybe a joint session when MPRPD considers this master plan that we have put our, well, we're not really approving it, but when we turn this into be heard by the MPRPD, then we should request that it be a joint session. I think that makes sense, but I do understand that we don't have the authority to change this master plan because we don't own the property. And so we go along with it, and we try to convince the MPRPD board to consider the will of the community in Marina. And I think that's the best we can do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. So something that I would like to see, I mean, obviously we've heard from the community, the Asian American Garden has been allocated funds a couple of years ago, $250,000. So I think it would be amiss for this council to not take some sort of action, and whether that's to separate that and have that project come back to us so we can have a thorough discussion. Because what I'm hearing right now is it's conceptual, there's some money, it's wanted by the community, but I think that it would be a misstep if we don't, take an action of some sort, and whether it just be that it come back to council. So that's part one. And with the city attorney, would that be okay to have a motion, a separate motion for that? That's sort of taking that out of the general plan discussion.
So the recommendation tonight is to provide directions. So certainly you can break that up into a couple of motions, or you can make it sort of a composite motion that has different elements.
Okay, perfect. Great. Thank you for confirming that. And then something else that I'm hearing consensus is the lease and the maintenance. And so I would encourage this council that that be another action that we take this evening. I mean, obviously 1987, we're in 2024, a lot has changed. I'm sure in 1987, there wasn't a homeless encampment in the park. Something else that I have concerns about is regarding the restrooms that are there. So that's on the property owned by the city of Marina. And that is our public works maintains the restrooms. Is that correct?
We contract with an outside firm.
Okay, but it's our responsibility.
Correct.
Okay. I mean, so for me, the several times where I've been at the park, I have seen some questionable activity near and around the restrooms. And it does worry me because we do have children right next door at the library. And I do know that fairly recently, the library has had higher security. So I kind of would like to see something from the city, just making sure that the park is safe for all to use. And so I'm happy to, whenever we're ready, to attempt to make a motion, especially with regards to the Asian American Garden.
We have a couple more comments and then we'll turn it back to you to start to build a motion. Looking at the big picture, before we get more into details, I think that we need to have a community discussion with Marina residents and with the Park District and with our city council and maybe some of our commissions about connecting downtown to the park, because you can't get to the park from downtown very easily. And the Blue Zones Project Monterey County letter that we have on our dais that they sent in advance, they had a well-respected national planner named Dan Burton come and look at our Lock Patton Park. And their big recommendation was connect it at the corner of Reservation and Del Monte Boulevard. And so that means you have to cross the railroad tracks, and TAMC has indicated that they would be willing to do that because for the next 30 years or longer, they don't plan on using those railroad tracks. But if they ever did want to use those railroad tracks for, let's say, a light rail or some other use, they own it. They're not going to give us perpetual rights to take over what they might want to do there. So I think that the community should have some robust discussion about connecting the park to the downtown, as it should about our maintenance, as we mentioned earlier. And I don't know where this bond measure is going to go. We're talking about that tonight. So I don't know if we're ever going to put a community center facility, civics facility at Lock Patton Park. But if we were to go ahead with the bond, we definitely want to have community talking about the different potential sites, including Lock Patton. So there's reasons to have a community meeting. And regarding the mitigation area, remember the hotel went up at Holiday Inn Express and they went on top of some rare plants. And so to compensate for that destruction of rare plants, they set up this area in Lock Patton Park where they were to grow the rare plants. The rare plants never grew there. Instead, other bushes grew there. And so that mitigation really never happened. However, the plants that are supposed to grow there grow elsewhere at Lock Patton Park naturally. And so it's within the realm of possibility that if we told the United States Fish and Wildlife Service, we're going to protect them over here where they already are, and we'll probably succeed because they've been here on their own for hundreds of years. But over here where it was supposed to be mitigation, we would like to do something else. We would like to re-boundary where the mitigation is, and they'll make sure that it's no loss to the species, it's acre for acre or whatever they might do. So I don't know if that conversation is over. The conversation about whether we should buy, maybe for $1, the park from Monterey Peninsula Regional Park District, they've been wanting to give it to us for a long time. Partly because of what Brian was saying, is like, divest, focus on outside of Marina. But I don't want our main partner to leave. I want our main partner to give more. Why would they give more if they don't own the property? So I think we should go to them once we know what we want to do and talk about match. We want that connection from Reservation across the railroad tracks. We'll pay half, you pay half. If they're not there as a partner, why would they pay half? They're potentially going to buy Cemex, and that's potentially going to be their Marina jewel, like Garland Ranch or Paula Corona are the jewels for other parts of the district we all are part of. But it's possible they won't do Cemex because it's possible they don't have the money to buy it or maintain it and operate it. If they don't do Cemex, then it makes even more sense not to buy the park from them, that we do what Councilmember McCarthy is saying, is try to get them to up the ante into Lock Patton Park, because obviously we all see we have trouble doing that, and we're a growing city, so we're not going to have an easier time in the future than we've had in the past. So I think we should think more about whether we want to buy it from them or not, because they might have a major role that would be lost if we were to buy it from them. Last thing I want to say, there is a concern about the Asian garden, and it was brought up. We all want it, but the cost of it and the maintenance of it goes beyond this room, unless people in this room see themselves every week, 52 weeks a year, rain or shine, in that Asian garden, keeping it beautiful. Because that's what it takes for what's there now. It takes a group of dedicated volunteers, 52 weeks a year, 20 to 50 hours a week to maintain what's there now. And it's probably not maintained to the standard of an Asian garden. It's more of a wild garden, and it takes a lot of effort. So I am concerned about the cost and the maintenance, but I want it to succeed. And that might take some community brainstorming to come up with a plan that is likely to succeed. All right, let's go to Councilmember Biala.
First, to carve out the Asian garden at this point from the MPRPD master park plan, I think is a sure way to kill the project, if I can be blunt about this. There are other projects that have been not approved in Lock Padden Park without all of the details and the opening up to public scrutiny, et cetera. So I am very much concerned about this idea. If we carve it out for discussion and it goes and it gets approved at MPRD without this concept, I don't understand why that would be acceptable. So I really feel that we take, if it gets approved in concept at the MPRPD, then we use the $250,000 to make the concept plan, to look at the maintenance plan for that. We don't try to resolve those issues ahead of time and then be left out at the MPRPD board meeting. So I'm really concerned about that decision. And, I think that merits a lot of more discussion. I don't want to miss this opportunity of going before the MPRPD. And the maintenance part, a Shinzen garden is very large. The Ume Garden is only about an acre, which would be appropriate for ours. They have a handful of volunteers. I'm not sure where the mayor is getting the figures on the maintenance, but they have, Paul Saito is one of those people. They go out and yes, there's volunteers, but that also can be maintained professionally. We have a Japanese American nursery owner who also does maintenance work for many gardens, including an Asian garden on the peninsula. So we can pay also. It doesn't have to necessarily all come from volunteers in the community. So I think that we're building up a reason for this garden to not be built. And that really, feels like that way to me. And any delay right now means that it's not going to be approved by the board at MPRPD. This thing will go forward and it won't include the Asian garden. I think we can get their initial approval that this is a good thing. Then we decide, we go to Fish and Wildlife and say, hey, can you do something about this mitigation area? Because we'd like to put an Asian garden there. Or if they say no, then we go to the other side and then we use the funding for developing the concept, thinking about the maintenance plans. We don't develop that first because that's a sure way to not be included anymore. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Kathy. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I know we're running short on time, so there's two quick questions. One, city manager, the $100,000 I think that's set aside. I just wanted to be clear that that's not just all for planning, right? Or is it?
Correct. We hope that they'll be looking at it and that will start a maintenance plan moving forward. Once they tell us what it is, then we'll have a better sense if we have any leftover or how much we'll need.
Okay.
For
Thank you. So I'm trying to recall the budget discussion. I know it was one that I was passionate about, but my short recollection was that, we really wanted to work on getting those tules cut and the pond dredged as part of kind of that previous effort that happened. And so I really hope we can make some progress on that shortly, and the cutting of plant material that Councilmember Vischer talked about. And then the second thing is I just want to reiterate something that I've said before, and that is my deep concern that I share with the mayor about buying property for a dollar, if it were, for a couple reasons. One, and I think we all wear two hats, right? We're council members, but we're also Monterey Peninsula Park District beneficiaries. And so I don't know that as a beneficiary of the Parks District, I would be happy with that entity giving away land for a dollar to any agency. And so I just try to think about fairness and how that's I guess handled. And so I don't know where my obligation to really balance those kind of two hats lie, but I also share the concern that, if we were to acquire land, we lose potential funding mechanisms for that land. And so I'm just concerned. I'm not saying out of the gate that it's something I would be opposing, but I have some very, very deep concerns there. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Ryan. Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick comment that at one point, I had heard that MPRPD would like to be able to sell this property to us for $1. After I heard that, I heard other comments from people on the board that why would they do that? They would like to get profit from it. So they were now thinking about selling it at market rate or whatever it is. So that is all up in the air. We can't assume any of those scenarios. It would be the one that they prefer. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the reason they'd want to sell it for $1 is to get it off their books so that we're not bugging them to do something with it, because their vision is big acreage such as Garland Ranch and Pablo Corona. So they want to get rid of neighborhood pocket parks because that's not what their primary constituents in Carmel and Monterey want. They already have pocket parks. They want big landscapes, which cost a lot of money. But in Marina, we're working class. We don't have necessarily the tools to take all of our kids over to Big Sur for the day. So we have these pocket parks which serve a great benefit to our residents. We want them to treat our pocket parks with the respect they treat their big parks, because that's what we need. And we have a lot of residents in their district. We're very dense. We have a lot more residents in their district than Carmel does, but they defer to Carmel wishes because Carmelites go to their meetings more than Marina because they have discretionary time and income. So they hear from the Carmelites and they respond. If we were there, they would respond like they responded to Brian McCarthy when he was there. And some other things that we've done when they respond to us when we go to their meetings. But I think there's good reason for them to want to get rid of Lock Patton Park. And that's why.
Well, I would hope that what you have just said is the truth and that's what they want. But I'm just saying that I had heard that now there may be some other ideas that they would like to get some money for it.
Yeah, it'd be
larger
great.
money than $1.
It'd be great for them
Yes.
to make a bunch of money and get rid of their responsibility.
Yes, yeah.
So yeah, that would be.
So I would love to buy it for $1.
Okay. So let's turn it back to Councilmember McAdams to start building a motion.
Thank you. And I just want to clarify, I'm not separating the Asian American Garden from the master plan being brought to the Monterey Regional Parks District. The separate motion would be so the city could actually move forward with more development instead of just a real conceptual plan with an allotted amount of money. So I'm happy to, and I was looking at the master plan to see, could we ask for an amendment to specifically say Asian American Garden and bring that to, so that's just sort of solidified. Okay, great. So, and does that need to be a motion or that's just sort of staff direction?
I think
Or would you prefer a motion?
Well, there's no need to do a motion. If you wanted to do a motion that consolidates everyone's sort of comments and what they want to include with it, it'd be great.
Okay,
Because
okay,
that way
perfect.
staff has, but otherwise.
Okay.
It'd
Okay.
be-
So I'm going to do two motions. And the first motion would be to direct the city attorney and the city manager to begin the process of evaluating and renegotiating the lease with Monterey Parks District.
That's your first part of your motion, right?
Yes.
First part of your motion, okay.
And then the second part would be for to accept the master plan and ask the city manager when he goes to the Regional Parks District Board meeting to have them somehow include and specifically call out an Asian American garden. And then my sort of third part would be for the city manager to come back to council just to have a discussion with regards to the concept and development and next steps for the Asian American Garden.
Did you say come back to council or come back to NPRPD?
Come back to council for further discussion.
Okay, I'll second it for discussion so we can keep building. Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Yeah, I need to clarify. I thought that MPRPD was going to put this on the agenda in August, and that's an important point. And if they are, then some of these, the third part of the motion coming back again. I mean, if they're going in August, we wait until we see what their approval is for the amendment of or the inclusion of the Asian American Garden. Then the next step is then to come back to council and use some of those funding for the concept plan and more the detailed planning. I don't know that we want to do that ahead of time if they're going to consider this in August.
So Kathy, I'm confused. So if we go to them in August, what's the downside?
No, there's no downside, but we're making part of a motion to go ahead and start working on the Asian American Garden, another design and public hearing probably or whatever.
Okay, so you'd like to.
We can say that maybe after the MPRPD has weighed in.
Yes, so if that's a friendly amendment, I'm happy to accept
great,
that.
Great.
Okay, just to clarify though, we don't have to wait for their approval to start conceiving of the next steps, or you think we should?
I kind of think we should. It will give our public so much more confidence that we're not just shooting from the hip.
Okay.
That the people who own the property have given their blessing to this. Now we come back and we use those funds for the concept plan.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. I'd like to second the motion.
Well, so you're making a friendly amendment, right?
I accepted.
And she accepted. And who was the second? I was, so I my second.
All right.
Okay,
I'm fine
let's
with
go to
that.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think we're just have one motion on the floor that's giving general direction, right? So I'd like to see if the motion maker would be amenable to adding that city manager reaches out to both the CEO and the president, Kevin Raskoff of the Parks District, to inquire about the willingness of having some kind of joint study session, meeting, really earlier rather than later. I think we can always have more than one if they're in favor of that. But I just really sense that as I talk to the board, there's not a lot of understanding of each other's positions. So
Sure, happy to include that.
Okay, so the second holds. And then the one thing that I would like to add is that when we go to MPRPD, that we summarize for them and get their blessing for all those things that have happened. You know, here's what's here now.
Mm-hmm.
We think it's consistent, but your board, as Brian has mentioned, is not really in touch with what we're doing. Maybe maybe our representative, Kelly Sorensen. So just like we want them to bless the Asian Garden concept, we want them to bless the Martin Luther King, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, the Oak Woodland Garden and all that. So I think that should be added to the motion we're building.
And I'm happy to accept that.
Okay. And my second holds. Let's go back to Councilmember Biala.
Yes, well, I thought a little differently. I was not suggesting a separate study session, but that on the day that they consider this master plan, that we make it a joint meeting. again, I don't, this is a plan that's already approved and the foundation of everything we do in the future. I don't want to now put up more blockades. So depending on what people, and that even though we say it's about this, we're going to end up talking about everything else in the whole master plan and beyond, of whether we even can do anything on this park. So I'd rather, for expeditious reasons, I'd like to say that we have a joint city and MPRPD meeting when the agenda comes to MPRPD, because now you're adding another step and we don't even know why would they do that? It's just more headache for them, right? To now open it up to the general public about, hey, what is everybody's thought on this already approved master plan? So I would like to, though, get joint and community input, but not to delay that meeting, and that we do it as a joint meeting, which would be still novel. I mean, I don't know that I've ever heard of that happening, but
I think my only concern.
Wait 1 second. I think Councilman McCarthy will go with you
Yeah,
first.
if I may, I mean, that's the August date, right? The joint, yeah. So I mean, the possibility of us even thinking about meeting before then anyway, you're right, is that's off the table, I think. So I'm in favor of that, certainly.
Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you. I think my only concern with that, and I am, please correct me if I'm here, I don't think that we can necessarily tell them what we're doing at their meeting. So, I mean, of course, if they're willing, absolutely. But I want to make sure, and what I think I heard from Councilmember McCarthy is that we're having a joint meeting with them. I don't necessarily want to take over their board meeting, and I don't necessarily think that can be an action that we take, because we don't have say on what goes on their agenda. So that's, I'm concerned with that. I would just like to keep it as it stands.
Okay, let's get some input from the city manager and then Councilmember Biala.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify
But-
what we're
yes,
talking about. Okay.
Go ahead. Mike.
Yeah, I think I wanted to clarify. So their board meeting in August is their regular board meeting. And I can guarantee you that we won't be able to have a joint meeting. If part of the motion is to set up a joint meeting, I think we're months down the road, that those just take lots of coordination, and they have an election of a new board member, and they may even want to wait till after the new board member is on board, because that will be part of our district. And so I even if that's part of the motion, I think that is months down the road.
Councilmember Biala.
So I would say, as great as the concept sounds, that maybe what we ought to do is just be informed about that and have input as the general public, and also that we have some ability as a city to have maybe some presentation time other than just the public comment. That seems like the only thing that we can do at this point. So saying we're going to have a work session, a study before that, sounds like it's unrealistic. So as good as that may have sounded, I think I just prefer that that we be informed, and that we ask them, can we have a special presentation time about what it means to our community, what our community has told us about what they want.
Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a kind of a quick point of order. I think what I said maybe didn't come out right, but was that I was asking for the city manager to reach out to the CEO and the president and just express our interest. Hey, we are here. We are ready to have a joint meeting. We can accommodate you. We're interested to do it at your earliest convenience. And then it's kind of in their court, right? Like, as Councilmember McAdams said, we can't force them to do this. But I think they would be amenable. And if we express interest, that gets the ball rolling. They can say, maybe they'll say, hey, yeah, August, great date, or no, January. But just express the interest, let them know that we're here, willing to do that.
Okay. All right. So a couple of friendly amendments. We have a Lock Pad Wetland Park group that met in 2004, did a lot of work. I think that we should ask our city manager, and ourselves to review the notes because they're pretty relevant today. We don't want to waste a group's effort. And secondly, somebody needs to review these maintenance plan specs that are in our packet because they're probably worth something. And we have a budget that we're going to spend on maintenance. And so it should probably be spent to do the things that are in this maintenance plan, unless this maintenance plan is wrong. But we don't need to start from scratch. We need to review what we already have and maybe improve upon it, maybe not, but start with what we've got. And so we're talking about so much that I think there's room for a community group to get together. Just like in 2004, there was a community group that got together. It doesn't have to be before August 20th. It doesn't have to delay a joint session, but I think there's enough interest in the community about Lock Padden Park that we would probably be more successful if we had a group. But it doesn't need to delay putting the concept of an Asian garden in the Greens Ward, which is full of mustard and grass. But that's going to take its own time. So it's not like anything's going to happen tomorrow. But I just don't want to ignore what we've already got because we all want better maintenance. Let's not do it over again. We got a plan. Let's implement the plan with the money we have. So I don't know how you want to pull that into your motion, but I was thinking that part of your motion would be direct the city manager as far as direction to review the maintenance plan specs and review the notes that came out of this group. That's one thing. Let's just start with that. Would you be willing to put that into your motion?
So my hesitation on that is that the Parks and Recreation and the Parks and Cultural Services Department, like that commission, we had to cancel our last meeting, or the last two meetings, because we don't even make quorum. And so, I mean, if we can't even make quorum for those meetings, how are we going to have like a whole other group that's going to like specifically only be dedicated to one park? I mean, that's just sort of, I don't necessarily, I would prefer to just vote on what's on the table.
Well, so far, my friendly amendment is nothing to do about that. My friendly amendment is that we direct the city manager to review our maintenance plan specs.
Yes, and I think that's
and to review the 2004 notes that a prior group put together.
Yes,
for their relevance today. That was my first thing. So
Okay.
Would you amend your
absolutely. I don't
All right,
want
and
to
my
move.
second holds. Now, the second thing I was going to say, and the last thing was that we direct the city manager to begin to establish a new group, because this group, some of them are still around, but most of them aren't. But that's something you might not like, but that's my next thing.
Sure. So that is where I am not going to be able to accept, just because the commission is struggling as it is to make quorum. We haven't even had a meeting. And so I would prefer that if you want to have some sort of group, I don't know the easiest way
Right.
to do that.
Let's
but-
ask Andrea, because maybe having a purpose, like they got together after COVID to help plan the Martin Luther King story, and they came out in force and they did a good job. So maybe this is a nexus to get the Rec and Cultural Commission together.
So we currently have 4 members. We have 1 seat open, and 2 of the members have been traveling extensively, and so they've been unable to make it. 1 member has not been able to make any meetings, but she also has not stepped down. So I've left her a voicemail, asked her to call me back to see if she's going to continue. So basically we, in all, really only have 3. And because it's summer, people have been traveling. So
Do you desire that the commission has a role in this?
absolutely, yes.
Okay. Do you think that might be kind of the nexus of a community group? I mean, how do we have a community group and a commission look at this? Is it one or the other? Is it both?
One of the things that we've asked the consultant is exactly what you said. We said we do not want to recreate these documents, and we gave them specifically this existing master plan with that section of all the improvements. We gave them our implementation agreement. We said, look at these documents and put them together and give us a plan. We said, we don't want to start from scratch. We don't think we need to start from scratch. And so that process is already happening with the consultants. And what I envision is when they come back, my initial thought was we'll bring that back to the council and have a discussion with council. But if you want to bring that back to the Parks and Recreation Commission, I think that would be a great next step because the consultant is already going to be doing that. And we could certainly invite other groups with that.
So I didn't hear if you envision the Parks and Recreation Cultural Services Commission to be part of this.
Yes, I do.
Okay. And then do you envision a community group like this 2004 community group to be a part of it?
Yeah, we could certainly invite them.
Them being not these old folks because they're not around anymore, but a new version of this group.
Yes, we could certainly reach out to the community and say, yes, if there are groups or people that are interested in that issue, we could make sure that they're invited to that Recreation Cultural Services Commission when we.
Okay, so they'd be guests at the meeting. They wouldn't be an official group.
I guess, but yeah, we could.
Okay, I think we're gonna have some discussion about this. I see some lights on. So Jenny, what do you want to do with your motion, if anything, regarding community group, Recreation Cultural Services Commission?
I just would like to vote on what is on the floor right now, and then you can make a separate motion for whatever group you want to form or whatever you want to do. So
All right.
I'm happy with my motion and the friendly amendments that have been made, and I would love to call for the vote.
Okay, so to call for the vote, we take a vote. So all of those in favor of stopping discussion, we have a couple of lights on. Councilmember Biala, I guess Lane has already spoken. So we have a call for the vote. So all in favor of stopping discussion and moving to a vote, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, all not in favor, please say no. Okay, no. So that motion passes 3-2 with Councilmember Biala and myself dissenting. So now we will go to a vote. And City Clerk Anita Shepherd Sharp, do you need us to read? Okay. So Jenny, this is what I've got, and we'll confirm that it's what you wanted. Number one, city attorney, city manager, reevaluate the lease with MPRPD.
Yes.
Number two,
And that includes the maintenance, like especially the maintenance portion of the lease.
okay,
that's-
reevaluate the lease with MPRPD, especially the maintenance.
Yes, focusing
All right.
on the maintenance.
So my second holds. Okay. Number two, seek acceptance of the master plan through a city manager presentation at the district board meeting and call out the Asian garden and the other improvements that have already been made.
Yes.
Okay.
So the special addition would be specifically the Asian American garden. Yes.
Right, as far as future and these other things that we've
Check.
done, we want their
Yes.
blessing. Okay, number three, after the MPRPD board meeting, that we conceptualize the next steps for the Asian garden.
Yes.
I guess that's us that does that.
Yes.
After that meeting. Number four, from Brian, suggested it was approved from Brian, the city manager request a joint session with their agency.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Number five was from me, but we add the other improvements to the past and future. That one we incorporated that. That was just telling them what we've done. Are they okay with it? But we already covered that in the third one. Then that we asked something to do about the Reservation Road connector, so that we tell them we want this. Are you willing to talk to us about
Yes.
matching resources? So that item, Anita, was that our city manager opened discussions about the Reservation Road connection to a park that doesn't exist right now. And then that's number five. And then number six was to review, ask the city manager to have the notes and the maintenance plan specs reviewed. And he told us it's already in progress.
Mhm.
So I don't know if we need to add that or not. Okay, we've already approved it and seconded it, so okay, we'll keep that in. And that is all I had. So let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So in that.
Point of order,
six-
Mr. Mayor, the
Yeah.
question's been called.
Right, we're gonna go to vote.
Oh,
I thought we were just getting clear on what the motion was. Okay. Yeah, no more comment. That's true. Okay. So are you clear on what the motion is? Okay. So all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
aye.
All right, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you, everybody. All right, so now we get on to, I believe, the bond measure. Yes, FM3 is here to make a presentation on the bond, the public opinion survey. The most important thing we've ever discussed.
Ever.
It's just Grace and who's behind Grace? John. To represent 23,000 people. We do have 11 folks online, so.
Hi, this is Adam Sunshine with FM3 Research. So,
Okay, Adam, 1 second, because you're coming through very softly, so we might have a volume issue.
okay. I can also just talk a little louder if that's helpful.
Okay, let's see if we can ask our experts about the volume. And we have Adam and Charles here today.
Mhm.
Welcome to you both.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. What I'm going to do is walk you through a PowerPoint discussing the latest survey results we have on a potential bond measure in Marina.
Okay, Adam, I'm going to interrupt you again. I'm sorry to do this. Thank you for your patience.
Mhm.
We can barely hear you, but I'm not sure if it's going to be heard on the online folks or in the audience here. So give us just a moment or two, Adam, to see if we can increase your volume.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, Adam, let's just have you test your voice for us.
All right. How does this sound for you?
Same. We haven't improved your volume. Okay, so it's possible that your voice is being spoken too far from your microphone, Adam. Does your system usually work pretty good?
It does. I'm going to turn up my microphone volume and see if that
That's
has an
night and
impact
day.
for you.
You just fixed the problem, Adam. We can hear you
All right.
clear. Thank you.
Absolutely. So I'm going to share a PowerPoint presentation and walk you through some recent survey results. Charles is here. He can add some color commentary along the way and may have some thoughts to offer as well in terms of the interpretation of these survey results and what it means for a potential measure for the city. I'm going to start with the methodology of the survey and the context so everybody is aware. This is a survey that was just done a few days ago. Actually, it finished June 27th. It says likely November 22 voters. I should say November 2024 voters in the city of Marina, meaning people who are registered to vote. They have a past voting history that would indicate they're likely to vote in the presidential election. We did 329 survey interviews, which means we've got a margin of error of plus or minus about 5.5. So keep that in mind as we look at the results. We reached people a few different ways as we have in the past. We did phone calls with live telephone interviewers, reaching people on both landlines and cell phones. We also sent email and text message invitations for voters to take the survey online. They could do one or the other. And the online survey is not like one of the ones that shows up on Facebook or Nextdoor and anybody could take it 20 times or send it to all their friends. It's protected so that we get a representative sample of your likely voters. As I mentioned, we did a similar survey and we're happy to share those results back in July of 2022, as well as a prior survey in 2016. You may see something that doesn't quite add up to 100% of the number you're expecting, and that's because we've rounded decimal points. So starting with some general community attitudes where we largely find some pretty good news in terms of voters' attitudes about how things are going in Marina. we see today more than half of voters perceiving that things in the city are headed in the right direction, which is up a few points from the survey we did 2 years ago. And actually contrary to what we're finding in a lot of communities these days, which is a greater sense of pessimism and a greater sense that things are off on the wrong track. Here, we're actually seeing, if anything, an increase in those people who would say things are headed in the right direction. More than 2 to 1 compared to the percentage who would say things are off on the wrong track. And then about 20%, 1 in 5, who maybe think things are mixed or they're not quite sure how to answer that question. Then when we look at the ratings of the quality of life in Marina, this is one we've asked in 2022 and again in 2016. We find a lot of consistency with people saying that things are good in terms of the overall quality of life in the city. 74% putting themselves in that excellent or pretty good category. As you can see, that's very consistent with what we found in past surveys. With another 20% who would say things are fair. Oftentimes people would use that as a synonym for average, and a very, very low percentage who would say that the quality of life is poor. We asked also about some different agencies and departments within the city, whether voters had a favorable or unfavorable opinion of them. Leading in terms of the favorable ratings are your public safety agencies, particularly the fire department at 81 to 3. Almost nobody with an unfavorable opinion of the city fire department. About 16% not able to offer an opinion, but you see that that dark blue very favorable is quite strong at 51%. As we see in a lot of places, the police department is favorable, but not quite as great as the fire department. They're at 76 to 10. So again, a very strong ratio and a lot of positive feelings about your fire and police departments. The Parks and Recreation Department also has a very positive rating, although you'll see the very favorable is not quite as strong there. We've got more people in that somewhat favorable. And then only 12% unfavorable, 14% can't really rate, and a few percentage points would say they've never heard of. When we look at the city government and the mayor and city council, again, positive ratings, never going to be as high as the fire department and police department. So don't hold yourselves to those standards. But in a city where basically half of people, 58% of people would say things are headed in the right direction, you see those numbers line up pretty closely with the way they rate their elected officials in the city government. Both positive ratings, and again, both better than we're seeing in a lot of other communities these days. One place, though, as we look towards a bond measure where there's a sign that there may be a little bit of a challenge there, is the perception of the need for additional funding. We find this to be one of the most important conceptual markers for any kind of funding measure, but in particular, this measure. And we see that while a good percentage would say there's a great or some need, 64%, that's down 13 points from 2 years ago. So to the degree that maybe people are feeling good about the way things are going, the trade-off there is they perceive less so that the city has a need for additional funding, and you'll see how that plays out as it relates to the bond measure in a few moments. We always find that the best way to test the viability of a ballot measure, whether it's a bond or another kind of measure, is to put together the kind of 75-word ballot question that voters would interact with when they vote, either get their ballot in the mail or when they go to a polling place or in November. And so here's the language that we put together. We tried to build off what we learned in 2022, which was, for the most part, what voters really value from this kind of measure is the outcomes from the measure more than the specific physical upgrades that can be made. And there's a lot of prioritization around the public safety improvements that could be made. And so that's the way we've built this measure here, calling it the 911 Emergency Response Safety Essential Services Measure. We're giving some illustrative examples here, like ensuring fire and police departments can respond to emergencies and natural disasters, maintaining fire and police services, providing local fire stations, removing asbestos, lead paint, mold, repair, upgrade buildings for youth, senior, recreation, community services. So we're trying to, in this case, look at, I think, the full suite of what the bond measure could do. And then we say that the measure would authorize $80 million in bonds, It would be an $88 per $100,000 assessed valuation tax rate. You can see that would generate $5 million annually. And then we include some fiscal accountability provisions that are part of the measure, but for the average voter, they may not be aware of that, like that there would be spending disclosure and all the funds would be spent locally. And so it can be helpful to remind them and put that into the ballot question. When we test that ballot question, and some people read it online and others have it read to them, what we see is a pretty soft level of support that's barely getting to a majority. We get 51% who say they would vote yes, to 41% who would vote no, 9% undecided. And so, not including the margin of error, you're short of clearly of a 2/3 threshold, but even of that 55% threshold that could be in play if ACA 1 is approved on the same ballot in November. We also see a fair amount of softness in this result. So we always look at the intensity with which people hold their opinion. So if they said yes, we followed up and said, is that definitely yes or probably yes? And same for the no side. And if they said at first they weren't sure how they would vote, we asked if they were leaning yes or leaning no. You'll see for the yes side, we're at about 21% definitely yes. And to get to that 51 requires including some people who are just kind of leaning towards voting yes, but they're not very committed to casting a ballot in that direction. So typically when you've got a successful measure, even a majority vote measure, you're seeing definitely yes numbers in at least the 30s and sometimes even in the 40s. By contrast, you can see there's almost 30% definitely no. So while the yes side is higher overall, there's actually greater intensity on the no side. To do a bit of comparison to the July 2022 poll, actually the numbers are really similar in terms of the total yes. It was 52% at that time, 51% this time, although again, that intensity level has flipped, whereas before the definitely yes was higher, now it's actually the definitely no that's higher. Wanted to share with you a little bit of a breakdown of some of the demographics, just so you understand somewhat how these results shake out, both geographically and some other categories. Looking first at council district, we see good support in districts 1 and 4, a little more division in district 2, and a slim majority who oppose the measure in district 3. You'll see at the bottom of each of these sections here of the slide, we've got the percentage of likely voters within each area and the percentage of voters that lines up to the expected turnout. So we would expect 22% of the likely voters to be in Council District 1. One thing I want to highlight, though, with the overall sample of about 330 and each of these breakdowns closer to 80, 85 respondents, there's a pretty high margin of error here. I said it was 5.5 for the overall. These are significantly larger. So some of the variation by council district may be speaking to that.
Adam, let me interrupt you, and I'm sorry to do this.
That's
but
okay.
At 10 o'clock, we have to adjourn if we don't have a motion. Would someone like to make a motion to continue this meeting to a certain point?
I would like to make that motion if I can ask the city manager his recommendation and what's important here.
The thing is, we got a lot of consultants, even the CFDs are critical to meet the timeline with that. On the fee study, they've come up from LA. They're up here right now to make that.
Okay, so that's D&E. How about C?
C is tied to this presentation.
Okay. So I'll make the motion and we can have discussion on it, that we finish the entire agenda. These all seem like important items, and
The entire agenda of 13?
yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. So motion is to continue tonight until we're done with 13E.
I'll second.
Okay. Councilmember Biala?
Could we have a break, please? It's so important. I can't
We
even,
have a motion on the floor. We have to vote.
well, can we add that too, that we go, but we have a break?
But we can have a break anytime we want. But
Well,
let's take the
haven't.
break. We'll
Okay.
take the break, but let's get the vote first.
We're waiting for a second.
Yeah, you have a second. Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you. So I'd like a friendly amendment to release staff who doesn't have an item coming up. So I would like that. And then also I would like a hard stop at midnight.
That sounds good to me with I would like the city manager obviously to direct his staff, but I agree that we should make that suggestion if that's.
Except for Randy, because if we get in a fight, we need.
So there was two requests.
Both accepted. Yes.
Great,
Sounds
thank
very
you.
reasonable.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Okay, is the second hold?
Oh, sorry.
Or can we re-review when it gets close to midnight? Because if we're very close and we can finish it all.
We can't bind the hands of future.
So my what was accepted though is a hard stop at.
Right.
Is a hard stop.
That
So
can
we're
be
done.
changed. That can be changed with another vote.
Sure.
I don't. Just to clarify, the city manager, does our process allow that to be changed? I thought that once we made this decision, it was kind of set in stone, so to speak.
Default to Renee on that.
Yeah, so you can always take a vote to extend the time. So you just have to do it. You have to do the 10 o'clock one for sure. Otherwise, you're automatically adjourned. So,
Good to know for the future. That could make things interesting, but okay.
but there are items that need to be decided tonight. So
So I would like to add to re-review at midnight. Can we add that or it doesn't need to be substitute motion?
I accept that.
Okay, okay. Substitute motion then. Yeah, sorry.
Okay. No substitute motion needed.
Either way.
Okay. So all in favor of the motion? Sorry, Kathy. I'm looking at
I
the.
didn't make it. Can I make a comment? I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Well, with the one exception, this is a friendly amendment that the staff stay through the bond measure one because it's so important to us. No?
All in favor
Okay,
of the
so
motion?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed to the motion?
No.
No. Wait.
That means we adjourn.
No substitute motion, I think, right?
No, no, substitute motion.
She has a substitute motion.
Oh,
I didn't know there was a substitute motion. So we were not voting on a substitute motion. We were voting on the original motion, which is hard stop at 12, but we could revisit that, go to the end of 13E.
oh, so it included the revisiting at midnight?
Well, no, it doesn't.
No.
We had the opinion of the attorney that we can revisit it later.
We
should we
can.
wish to, yes.
Okay, then.
That's why it didn't need to be part
Sorry,
of the
then I
motion.
did not understand.
Okay.
Okay, so we only have one motion on the floor. It's to extend to 13E, hard stop at 12. And staff can, and the city manager can decide what they want to do.
Can I vote again?
Yes, so all in favor of that original motion, there is no other motion on the floor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passed unanimously. Now we can take a break.
Thank you.
See you back here at 10:10. And Lane and directors can decide what they want to do.
Okay. So this is the next slide we were going to look at, which is the demographic differences on the initial vote on the measure based on the age of the respondents. We see a small majority of voters who are in that 40 to 64-year-old range who favor the measure, but voters under 50 and voters over 65 are pretty evenly divided. And this is something that's a little unusual in your survey results here, the fact that the voters under 40 are not more supportive. In almost all of the communities in which we survey voters on ballot measures, we find that those voters under 40 are usually much more supportive than others. We actually looked back at your 2022 results, and it was consistent there as well, that they were not that big base of support that we see in other communities. So it's something that I think we need to think about more and dig into more, but a reality now in both surveys, the last two surveys we've done. Similarly, when we look at the difference in responses among homeowners and renters, we don't see the bump among renters that we often see for local bond measures, right? Homeowners have a little bit of a lean to the supportive side, and renters are not that much better. They're at 53 to 36 with 12% who are undecided. I mentioned, yeah.
Sorry, Adam,
go
how
ahead.
does that compare to previous surveys in Marina?
Similar as well.
Okay.
Again, this has been consistent. Yeah. This is going back to one of those earlier questions I mentioned about the need for additional funding, which we'd seen some decrease on compared to 2 years ago. And here, as we have in Marina and almost everywhere, see a really strong connection between voters' perceptions of funding need and opinions on the measure. So those folks who think the city has a great need for additional funding, they're on the left-hand side of the slide, they're supporting the measure at 70%, right? And they make up 32% of the likely voters. Those who would say there's some need, so, one level down, they're 2-to-1 supportive, 60 to 31. But that group of people who would say there's a little or no real need, well, they're strongly opposed. They're at 71% no to 21% yes, and they're 28% of the respondents to the survey. And then we've got a small percentage of people that weren't sure how to answer the need question, and they're pretty split on the measure itself. The next thing we wanted to go over was some of the priorities for the measure and how funding could be used and elements that could be described in the measure. And one of the things that we find here is that the key priorities, the things that your voters are telling us are most important to them in this question, are relating much more to the outcomes from the bond than any particular building upgrades that we described. So here, when we ask people how important these things are, and they rate them as extremely important in the dark blue or very important in the next color blue, somewhat important in the light blue, not important in red, or don't know in gray, we get very large percentages, well above the percentage who said they'd be interested in voting for the measure, who would say it's extremely or very important to do things like maintaining 911 fire and emergency medical response times, right? Or if I scoot down a couple items, ensuring the fire and police departments can respond to emergencies and natural disasters, or maintaining fire and police services, even providing safe places for children to play, ensuring emergency services are operational during an earthquake. We tested maintaining those response times compared to improving them. You can see there's about a 10-point bump when we talk about just maintaining them. And then up near the top are some of those fiscal accountability provisions I mentioned earlier when we looked at the ballot question, that all funds are spent locally and that there'd be public spending disclosure are hugely important to people. Again, not ways you're going to spend the money. These are parts of the measure overall. Continuing with this same question, and there'll be a couple of other slides, recruiting and retaining qualified firefighters, again, kind of an outcome of having additional fire stations and upgraded fire station and public safety infrastructure. Then we get some actual infrastructure upgrades. So maintaining local parks is at 73%, providing local fire stations at 70%, making public buildings accessible to residents with disabilities. You'll see we also wanted to see if language like ensuring public buildings meet current standards for disabled accessibility would provide any kind of different response from voters, and statistically those are very, very similar. Within the realm of the police station, we asked about improving crime investigation capabilities. That's at 68% important. You'll notice though the extremely importance on this slide are starting to get kind of low here. We're getting into the 25-24% range for extremely important. So even while the extremely and very is over 2/3, the extremely is, again, a little bit soft. Coming to the next tier of items here, we're now under 2/3 for most of these in terms of importance, although I'll point out the red bars for not important are pretty low also, right? So these are not, it's not that people hate these things, it's that they're not rising to the level of priority that the items on the earlier slides did. Earthquake safety for public buildings, removing asbestos and lead paint from community service buildings, natural disaster preparedness, building a fire station. We tried different kinds of ways of describing the same thing. So providing local fire station scores better than building a fire station. We also asked about recreation and aquatic centers. You start to see some of that language in here, renovating and opening an existing unused indoor sports center for community and school use. It's about 61% who find that to be important, okay? Not a high, not important, but also not a high, extremely important. And some of those public safety items you saw earlier were in the high 80s, a good 25 points or more higher in terms of extremely or very important. At the bottom of this slide, repairing and upgrading buildings used for youth, senior, and community services, again, right around 60%. I mentioned 61 when we talked about an indoor sports center. We also asked about an indoor aquatic center and got a very similar number, again, 59%. But here, if you'll notice, we're saying it can be open for community and school use, and talking about the fact that they are unused and indoors. If you look at the very bottom of this slide, you see different descriptions where we don't mention the fact that those facilities could be used for community and school use, and they are much lower in terms of the priorities without that kind of language. We'll also point out upgrading the deteriorating police station, in and of itself, not a very high priority, right? Only 50% extremely or very important. It's only when we match it up to what the implications are of upgrading that police station that we get a higher prioritization, or providing additional sports fields to meet community needs, again, on the lower end in terms of priorities. Now, we always want to find out what happens if the city has an opportunity to communicate about the measure and let people know why you would pursue this, what the impacts would be. And we tested a whole series of informational statements, and we asked people if they were convincing reasons to support the measure. Here in the dark blue, you have very convincing, and the light blue, somewhat convincing. Rather than reading the full text of each of these each represent a paragraph description, just giving you the synopses of those themes on the left-hand side. The ones that were most impactful talked about the impact on response times, particularly medical response times, and the need to be really quick in those cases. Having buildings that are meeting earthquake standards was pretty impactful. And the community center, which in and of itself didn't score that highly as a project, but when we built the whole narrative around it, you can see a better response from voters. Generally anywhere around 40% in that dark blue, very convincing. We'd say, well, that's a pretty good message. A little bit lower and less intense when we talk about the bond's impact on providing safe places for youth to play, fiscal accountability, space for seniors and children, the fact that Marina is a growing community, or that over time we've outgrown our existing stations. Both of those get a decent response. You're starting to see 71% there, within the low 30s for very convincing. Indoor recreation, again, not a huge priority for people compared to some of the public safety priorities. That the city would be self-reliant in emergency or have a better ability to respond to fires. Those were lower in terms of their resonance with voters than some of the other items. When we re-asked the ballot question after we've provided that information, what we see is a pretty modest increase in support. We were at 51-41. That information leads to now a 55-35 vote. The intensity of that number is still a little soft, but we've at least moved up in the definitely yes to 28. But that 55 requires, looking at those people who still are kind of leaning towards voting yes. They're not really dedicated hard to the measure. And that would put you right at the number needed for passage with no cushion. We also, as we always do, analyze the possibility that there could be people who would be kind of opponents of this measure, and they would talk about taxes and there's better priorities for our money and the city's got lots of money and all things that may or may not be true, but we know that they are things that would be expected to be said. And when we re-ask the ballot question again after that opposition, we see a drop in support below the 55% and still, again, well under the 2/3. We're at 52-37 with 11% undecided after that kind of full back and forth, the information that's kind of from the city's perspective and then things you might hear from opponents. Now we wanted to give you a little sense of comparison to the prior year survey or the 2 years ago survey. Started in that same kind of place of 52-51%. In that prior survey, we did see a bigger increase in support after opposition, never quite reaching 2/3, but also a bigger drop, more change in people's attitudes compared to the current survey, which is on the right. We also wanted to offer people the possibility that there could be a smaller bond measure, but to let them know that there'd be some trade-offs there. And so this is a lot of text. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but essentially telling them about the potential aquatic and recreation facilities and what's the history there and what would happen if you didn't have funding from the measure and how that would impact things. And then we said, what if it didn't have those things included in this bond measure? And you could go from an $88 per $100,000 measure to a $65 per $100,000 of assessed value measure, right? And would you be more likely to vote in favor of the measure or less likely, or would it make no difference? What we find is that about a third of people would be more likely to support the measure if it didn't include those upgrades to the aquatic and recreation facilities. On the other hand, 16% say they'd be less likely. But for the majority of people, that it really makes no difference, right? They're looking at this in a broader sense, in whether or not that part of the measure is included or not, really is not the deciding factor for them. We'll say it does look like, maybe there's the potential to pick up a few points in terms of support by having a more narrow measure that doesn't include those recreation and aquatic facilities, but also has a lower tax rate for people. I'm sure can imagine just because 35% of people say they're more likely doesn't mean all 35% of those people now all of a sudden are going to vote for the measure. Some were already planning to vote for it, and this is reinforcing it for them. And some might have been definitely no before, but it makes them probably no, right? So it doesn't get you all the way to a yes for all of those people. Also wanted to just share with you a little bit of what we heard back in terms of where voters in the community are getting their information, because we know it's important to the city to be reaching people and communicating about not just this measure and your facility needs, but also some of the other programs and issues that you're pursuing. So we gave people this list of ways that they could be getting information and asked them if they get information that way frequently, occasionally, rarely, or never. We've grouped the frequently, occasionally on the right-hand side. What seems to be coming up the most are things like local TV news, city mailers. More than half of the voters say they at least occasionally get information from city mailers. You also see a pretty large percentage looking at Facebook or Nextdoor to get information on issues and events in Marina. About 45% look at the city's website. From there, you've got pretty close to majorities who would say they're never, or at least rarely or never, looking at some of the other sources, YouTube, the city's recreation community services brochure, Instagram, local radio stations, Twitter, TikTok, etc. One thing I will say about Instagram, however, for your voters under 40, that's one of their primary sources of news and about issues and events in the city, up there with some of the top sources. So just a few conclusions, then I want to let Charles weigh in as well from his perspective. What we're seeing is pretty positive views on the direction of the city, the quality of life available in the city, your public safety agencies, the management of the city. All of those things are scoring quite well. We're also seeing a substantial majority that perceives the need for additional funding, but less so than what we saw 2 years ago. An $80 million bond measure for Marina's public safety buildings, community buildings, recreation facilities doesn't look like it has a good likelihood of success in the November 2024 ballot. And that's assuming that there's a measure that gets passed by voters to lower the threshold to 55% for this kind of measure, which is far from guaranteed, even providing pretty robust information about what the purpose of the measure is, what the benefits are. We just barely scratched that 55% threshold. In terms of some of the things that people value within this measure, as I mentioned, it's really the potential impacts of the upgrades rather than the benefits of upgrading the buildings themselves, and more specific to public safety buildings than for recreation and aquatic facilities. Some of the things that resonated most with people as outcomes from the measure: that it would maintain 911 fire and emergency medical response times, the fire and police department can respond to emergencies and natural disasters, emergency services are operational during an earthquake, or that the measures allow for better recruitment and retention of qualified firefighters. We've got a small plurality that says they're more likely to support a smaller bond that doesn't include recreational aquatic facilities. Even with that, it would not boost the measure to the 2/3 level, right? Again, it might help with a few points, but it's not bumping this from the low 50s all the way to 2/3. Okay. If the council chooses to proceed with a bond measure, despite the challenges that we see in the survey, that seems like the way to maximize voter support would be to limit this to that public safety facilities and have a smaller bond amount and tax rate. You would still need significant community information effort, stakeholder outreach. If that's well executed, maybe you're able to pick up the few points that are needed to get beyond the 55% threshold. Even with an excellent community information effort and stakeholder outreach, it would still be unlikely to get to the 2/3 level. Reaching out to people in terms of where they're getting their news and information seems like local TV news, city mailers, Facebook, Nextdoor. But people are also using some of the other communication channels, just not as frequently. Right. So, Charles, maybe I'll see what you want to add, and then we'll turn it back to the council.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. I'll just make a few points here. I mean, obviously these are challenging numbers. I don't really see a viable path to 2/3 support for this measure in the near term. So I think really the only hope is to hope that the statewide constitutional amendment that lowers the threshold for infrastructure measures is approved, giving you the 55% opportunity. You can put a measure on the November ballot that if both measures pass, the statewide threshold reduction and your measure, you could potentially pass. But I do think it's important that the council and the community goes into this with their eyes open, that even if the threshold is reduced based on the survey results we're seeing here, even if 55% is a bit of a long shot, especially if any sort of meaningful opposition in the community materializes. For several months, we've been doing some informational outreach to the community about the age of facilities and the needs that need to be completed. As you see in the results here, aside from the public safety improvements that directly impact fire, paramedics, 911 emergency response, the other projects related to recreation, aquatics, youth and senior programs, they just aren't very high priorities for voters. So, just despite that outreach, we're just not tapping into what are the community's priorities. So my recommendation is, if you do choose to move forward with a measure this November, you make it as narrow as possible, as narrowly focused on public safety as possible, because those are the projects that align with your community's priorities, and also try to keep the price tag as minimal as possible, because I think part of what we're up against here is just some anxiety around the economy and the current environment, and voters are being extra careful and scrutinizing over the bond and tax proposals that they're willing to entertain in the current environment. So anyway, those are some thoughts, and Adam and I are both happy to answer any questions you have.
Minutes. We'll start with anyone in the room. Come on up to the podium. You have up to 3 minutes. And then we'll go to the folks that are online.
Good evening, Mayor. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm John Sanders. I've opposed the bond measure in the past. I continue to oppose the bond measure, not for the reasons that Adam suggested in his presentation. I'll read to you. In 2022, I said there were 4 concerns and issues: public engagement, vague information, misleading information, and missing information. And I concluded with my remarks saying, in summary, critical information is omitted or overly vague. Marina voters deserve better. City Council should allow an adequate amount of time for a public dialogue on the proposed bond measure and should provide more detailed information to foster sound decision-making. The same issues or similar issues that I pointed to 2 years ago persist today. There is a great lack of key details. A few days ago, I put a post on Nextdoor. I basically posed a question. If a realtor told you, sign this contract, hand me $1 million, then I will show you the place that you just bought. Would you go with that realtor? Would you make that kind of purchase? The analogy is the lack of information that the city has provided about its own plans and approach is dismal. And I will continue to oppose a bond measure because of that lack of information. And at times, I'm concerned about transparency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Thanks for all your work on this.
Good evening, Grace Silva Santella. I will say that we absolutely need a new city council chambers, and we absolutely need a new facility for city government build offices. However, the bond ballot question, the hypothetical ballot question here is repair/upgrade buildings for youth, senior, recreation, community services. That doesn't say build a new civic center. And that is what you all have been talking about. You're talking about it at Lock Padden Park, or you're talking about it next to the MST transit station, or you would hopefully be talking about it by expanding down to the blighted corner at Palm and Del Monte Avenue. But that is not what this says. And that is what a lot of residents in Marina are really uncomfortable about. They're not hearing specifics. I worked on the Marina library bond measure. We knew exactly what we were going out and convincing residents to vote for. And we got that passed by 80% voter approval, but everyone knew what they had. And also, we had a group of residents who worked really hard on that. You've not created a bond advisory committee. I don't understand that. That should have been done about 12 months ago. I don't understand why that didn't happen. I'm not sure what's going to go on this one here. I'm also surprised that the question wasn't asked about a $50 million bond. I don't think anyone was going to support an $80 million bond. People who've lived here for years, of which I am one of those, have low tax assessments, unless they were like me and they did a rather large addition to their home, and my home was completely reassessed. And I'm looking at this going $88 per 100,000 assessed value. I'm not sure I want to pay that much money. Oddly enough, one of my greatest values for me is the sports center. Though I do want to see you have a better facility here, and I want to see you have a better building across the way. So good luck with this one, but I don't think it's going to pass. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Grace. Okay, let's go to folks. Mia, Wynn, welcome back.
Yes, hi.
Hi.
Hi. I just want to say I moved to Marina because of the affordability. Me and my husband upgraded our house and we bought a nice house here and we love it here. And a lot of people that are attracted to this area is, again, the affordability of homes compared to the Bay Area. And, there's discussion of our water bill going up. There's discussion of our electricity bill going up. And now there's discussions of a bond also increasing our already very high property tax because we're young homeowners. And unfortunately, we didn't buy the house 30 years ago. So our base home value is comparatively higher. So I would like to see, as the previous speakers mentioned, more detail as to how the funds are going to be spent, details, specifics, if whether or not I make a decision to vote for this bond. And at this point in time, the economy not doing so well, interest rate being high, cost of living getting worse and worse, I don't see myself voting for this bond as a yes. 80 million, 50 million, it doesn't matter. My base value is high. Add on any percentage to that, it takes away the affordability of this area. And as a city council that is very proactive in creating an affordability housing, which is great and wonderful, I would like to remind you that their affordability comes in all levels. It comes the rent cost for the renters, comes for the cost of the young homeowners, people with kids, people with retirees, all these things. Again, I don't think this bond is going to pass. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mia. Let's go to Jeffrey Markham. Hello, Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mayor. I think one of the things that we've been hearing consistently as people see the development that's been happening in the newer sections of Marina is why the developers have not contributed more to the core infrastructure of Marina. And there are a lot of reasons why that happened. I don't think the public is well aware of why that happened. But there are legitimate questions about why the homeowners by themselves have to bear the entire responsibility of building necessary infrastructure for the city. We have a lot of assets within the city that we could leverage to help make that happen. And unless you build those assets into what we're going to plan for in the future, how we're going to leverage them, I think any bond is going to be a very tough sell. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Anyone else online that would like to raise their hand and speak? Please do so. We'll give you a moment. All right. Let's welcome back Denise Turley. Hello, Denise.
Hi. I want to go at this at a slightly different perspective. I have to base my vote on, this is hard to say, but it has to be said. I have to base it on how much basically I can trust what I hear. And I understand why you went to the company. I understand that they did a good job, but basically I heard too many nuts and bolts of how you sell this, how you sell. I feel like I'm blocks from a used car salesman, and they've run and chased down my car, and they're trying to sell me a car at my window, kind of a thing. And I don't think that that's what you want the citizens of Marina to feel like. And so I have great doubts that this would pass. And I'm brokenhearted because I'm really for the recreation piece of this. For many of the pieces of this, there's just something that isn't right. You guys need to figure out what it is and fix it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Denise. Okay, everyone else online, go ahead and raise your hand if you'd like to speak. All right, we'll close public comment. Didn't see any questions. So let's go to council discussion. Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. So for me, I think I would be able to support a public safety bond measure, like only a police department and a fire department. And that would be new, not being remodeled, because it's pretty clear in the polling that unfortunately the recreation component would be tough to get the support. You know, I kind of think that we've already made this investment. We've done some mailers. We've done a lot of outreach. We have the polling, but ultimately nobody can look in that crystal ball and find out what the voters are really going to do. So I kind of feel like it's almost a disservice to get to where we are and not have it go on the ballot, because actually putting the measure on the ballot is probably the less expensive thing during this whole process. So to get to where we're at and be like, oh no, never mind, it is not fair to me. Like, we've already, have done this time. And with the polling, though, I think and I hope it will keep us focused. I mean, people don't want a swim center. People don't want a senior, it's pretty clear. We don't want a baseball field, but people care about public safety. We are an incredibly fast growing city. And the times when people are going to care is when you call 911 and it takes 4 minutes instead of 90 seconds. That's when people, that's when it matters. You don't understand the service until you need it. And that's really something that I have learned, going through, I went through a health scare. You don't realize the services that you need or how grateful you are to have them until you need them. And so for me, just to sort of stay focused, I mean, yes, of course, I want $80 million in the sun, the moon, the stars, and everything new. That would be great. However, the data is showing that it needs to be a smaller amount. I'm thinking 40 or 50 million. And specifically a public safety bond measure. And it still might not pass. So I think we have to be realistic. And so that's sort of what, now I think I asked the city manager a document that shows different levels of the dollar amount and how much that would cost for the homeowners. Do we have that?
That's on the dais, and I think we can pull it up for the screen.
Great, perfect. Okay, so this is I just want to give a minute so the public, the people participating can look at. So this is really is I think the most important information, right? How much is it going to cost me? So for 40 million, it looks like it's per 400. So if I have an $800,000 house at $40 million, how much is that going to cost me?
It'll cost you,
$320 a year.
Okay. And if I am buying a new home in Sea Haven for 1.5 million, how much is that going to cost me?
So you're
be 3 times that, be about 650.
Okay. And so for me, I think that needs to be the message. And honestly, if you're buying a $1.5 million home in Sea Haven plus HOA fees, you can afford $600 a year.
Or maybe you can't
Well, I mean,
because you're paying so much already. We hear that too.
sure. But the likelihood is if you have 20% cash of 1.5 million, you're not, I really don't think you're struggling. I have more compassion towards someone who bought their home 40 years ago and now they're a widower, and they're sort of more house rich and income poor. That's who I think about. I don't think about people who are buying, $1.5, $1.8 million homes. So, for me, this is the most important, and this is what I'm hearing from the community is how much is it going to cost me? I'm not a homeowner. I'm a renter. So it's not going to cost me anything, However, I am a user of 911. We all are. We all need our public safety. So I think that's where I'm focused at, is the public safety bond. I'm open to the amount. We're like talking $60 difference when you go up in the different tiers. So, I don't know. I think 50 million, I would be open to hear what the, what FM3 thinks as far as like a dollar amount. But I also am not sure that people really read the ballot language. Honestly, it's just numbers. I think people just check the box, yes or no. So
Can we come back to you?
absolutely.
Okay. So we'll try to do the round robin concept. Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I was frankly shocked and, like Denise, I guess, brokenhearted and disappointed when I received an email from the city manager a couple of days ago, just kind of articulating that this discussion was going to happen and that the polling was a little bit lower than I think what we thought. And frankly, I think we're, as a council, at a bit of a crossroads here. I think that we have kind of been moving along as if this bond measure was going to pass, in my opinion. At least that was always my perception. And now we're kind of slammed with the reality that it may not. And so I think there's really a lot to think about. And I have echoed what John and others members of the public have said, that frankly, I don't think there's enough clarity on the when, the what, the where, the how. And as a resident, I would be extremely concerned about those things too. Governments don't have a good track record of being super effective at getting money and spending it. And I think our residents are very smart to that. And I don't know that we've provided them enough to earn their vote in many ways. Having said that, I think the bottom line for me is I too still am in favor of asking the voters to make that decision. That's a decision that I think firmly belongs in their hands. And so I don't know at what amount. I'd be curious to hear if we have some ability to say, hey, voter, we are asking for an $80 million bond, yes or no? If no, would you support $55 million bond? I don't know if we can structure the ballot language like that or not, or if that's not allowable. So I guess that's question one for FM3. And then question two would be, what is the risk of putting a bond that does, if it does fail? Is there a risk that to then the passing of a subsequent bond in a future election? If they could add some color onto any kind of downside risk.
Let's ask FM3 those two questions.
Okay. I think the first question about a sort of contingency bond, I defer to your city attorney, but I've never heard of a situation like that. I think you basically have to put a proposal in front of people and say yes or no. I wish I could say there's a perfect answer to the dollar figure that maximizes support while maximizing your revenue. We tested that number that's as a drop down from an $80 million measure of a $65 per $100,000 of assessed valuation measure, and picked up what looks like that would help with a few points. It's not enough to get you from the current support up to 2/3, but would give you a little more cushion in the event that you're looking at a 55% measure with that state constitutional amendment passing. We didn't test lower numbers than that, but my suspicion is that each time you reduce it, you're going to get that kind of marginal bump in support. What we're seeing a lot these days, and have in the past as well, is for a lot of people, they're in or they're out, right? I mean, if you're taxing them at $65 compared to $55, that might gain you a little support, but probably not a lot. They don't have the benefit of that comparison, right? They're never going to know, we could have been taxing you $80, but instead we're doing 55 or 45. They're just going to see the number that's in front of them, that's in the ballot question. I do think that tax rate matters. I tend to believe that the bond authorization amount just looks like a large number to people. So if you're looking in that second column of 75 million versus 60 million versus 50 versus 40, I don't think there's a real impact of those numbers. I think it's the third column that matters.
And then the downside risk of putting a bond measure.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for that, for the reminder. I don't think it certainly doesn't help. It's not the end of the world. There have been agencies that have put measures on the ballot and failed. I think you should expect, though, that what you come back with, if you do it in 2 years or 4 years, would need to have some substantive difference from what you put before voters this year. In other words, it's very hard to come back and say, this particular proposal was rejected. Now we're coming back with the exact same proposal 2 years later. Now, do you support it?
Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Thank you both. Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So there's so many thoughts right now. So I agree. I think we need to pursue the bond measure. It's a hard decision because we're so close to the edge, but this is a slice in time right now. It's not counting, the fact that we have a little time in which council people can get out there. We can have other initiatives, right, to get that few percentage points more, because at this point, that's the reality. We're not talking about, an overwhelming majority, and we have to have the state initiative of the 50+1, we have to have that. So already that's a gamble. But if we do get that, then every little bit that we can bump that up and get 50+1 is where I think the most optimistic perspective is for us at this time. And so we win by one, we win, that we just can't think in larger numbers, which I'm willing to say that any amount of small incremental gain is worth it. So if it means, I just want to ask this before I say that. So if we did the 65/50 tax rate, would that be the one that eliminates sports and aquatic center? Is that safe to say?
Yes, we'd estimate the police, fire, city offices, and upgrade the rec facilities. All that would be total of 62 million. And the rec center, aquatic center is about 18 million.
Okay. Now, if it makes us gain a little bit, even though I'm saying that 65 is where we should be, then we bump it down to 54.74 because we need those little incremental bumps. And then we say, well, we're still going to be at a deficit. So we need to get really creative as a city about where we're going to come up with that extra money. Not about the sports and aquatic center. I think we just accept the fact that this is going to take away those little increments that we're seeking. So then we go into, and Jeff Markham mentioned something interesting, not selling off our assets, but leveraging our assets. I don't know exactly what kind of financial arrangements that could be, but those are the kinds of thinking that will have to be supplementing this kind of reduction to, let's say, 54.74, because we need every little bump. We need the bump from 81 to 65 and another little bump from 54. And then we get some creative ways to finance the rest. And I want to say that, if I go into any of our facilities, honestly, and you said that I'm coming as a prospective renter, and I looked around the places, the annex, the bathrooms, that I would be saying to the realtor, are you crazy? You want me to rent this place when it's got so much disrepair everywhere I look? And I cannot understand how we're not communicating that. Yes, we want to rely on safety and that kind of stuff, but my goodness, our facilities are really sad. And I don't understand why, we can't seem to communicate that. I was able to communicate that to a group. I just showed them serially all these pictures, and, nobody would want to rent in that condition. No one. So how we're missing this vital information, I just don't know. And maybe we need to think about that. But the other thing is, if somebody says, no, you all have to accept these dilapidated buildings, these temporary dilapidated buildings, we're not going to give you money to, build new structures, then we say, we cannot hobble forward without spending a large amount of money to get these at least to minimal standards, right? So we need to include that. I mean, to really put our staff in the position of working in these kinds of conditions, I think is awful. But if we have to live with that, then we know we don't even meet safety, ADA compliance, or even we're just going to have to spend a lot of money. And so I want the public to know, if they're not going to support us on the bond, then what kind of expenditures will we waste, literally waste, in trying to get temporary facilities up to snuff, to minimum standards? And that's my concern. So I'm sorry, I'm kind of rambling here, but there's so much, stuff on this, and I'll stop there, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Kathy. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, and thank you for speaking, both members of the public that are still here and online. I agree that we need to be very transparent, and it seems that we have not done a good job at this. Just some remarks. When you spoke, Councilmember McAdams, when you own a home, it's worth this much. It's about the assessed value. So people who have owned their home even for just a few years, their assessed value will be lower than market rate. Of course, if you buy your home now, that's market rate. If you've owned your home for a long time, if you didn't do any major remodels like Grace mentioned, your assessed value will be considerably lower than market rate. So I always think this is quite a fair thing for people who own, new expensive homes. They pay more. I'm one of those, and I'm glad to do that. And also, I think we need to do a good job, and this is probably for the city manager, to explain not all the money will be needed right at the beginning. There will be projects, the 80 million or the 50 million. If you don't need it right away, there will be more people moving in, more homes will be sold, so more people will be sharing the costs. So hopefully it will go down over the years. But to explain that, we need to see some graphs, I guess. I don't know. And then, the Sports and Aquatic Center. When I saw a report, I think it was from December 2019, I was so impressed. It's such a good report. It shows, how it can be remodeled, how the aquatic center can be, and that it can be profitable after a few years. We can have this beautiful sports center. And I'm just like Denise, who spoke, I will be heartbroken if that's not happening. But it seems that it's not going to happen now. And I don't know, like Councilmember Biala said, if we don't do it, what do we need to spend on it? Because I drove past it the other day. We need to put some paint on that building pretty soon. And if we don't use it, that's just money going to waste. Well, it's not totally going to waste. It's just to hopefully prepare it for future when people will be ready to put money in it. So these are hard decisions. I understand that people are heartbroken. And same what Councilmember Biala also already mentioned. If we do not build new, how much money are we going to put in this year and in the building next door and the old community center? That will be millions of dollars probably, just to get it up to code, get it ADA accessible. And people blame previous councils or previous staff, like, why was it not maintained? It's so tough. If you don't have a long-term maintenance plan, if you don't have a plan how long you're going to use your building, then you also cannot plan how much money to put into it. So our answer might be that we might have to put lots of money in this. And which breaks my heart, by the way. But I do agree. I think we don't have a choice. I would vote to put it on the ballot and let the voters decide. So the only question is the amount and what facilities do we include, yes or no? And of course, public safety, Councilmember McAdams, I was lucky 11 years ago that my husband was saved. Many people already know. This month is 11 years. So I will vote anything to have a fire station close to people's homes too. So those are my comments for now. I don't have questions. Well, the only question is, what are we going to include? And how can we provide better information to the public? Yeah.
Thank you. My comments are that we should wait to see how the 55% measure does, which means don't put it on the ballot. And that we should continue what we've started here as far as getting better numbers, better alternatives, because even I don't really understand what it would cost to haul away City Hall and put a new double wide trailer that's modern and looks great. And maybe that's 5 million, maybe it's 7 million, but it's probably not 35 million. And to invest in this room, whatever it needs to be, what's the cost of that? I don't have those numbers on the top of my head. And I know we've gone over them, but not well enough and not relaxed enough for me to recall what they are. So to expect the voters to know who haven't spent the time that we have, it's not rational. So I think that we need a plan B. And I think that we have so much going on right now, and we have so much money that we haven't spent yet. That it's going to take a full court press just to figure out what to do with the money we have, and then build what that money can build once we decide how we're going to spend the money. So, I don't know if anyone on this dais clearly understands the amount of money in different buckets and what the restrictions are on those monies, so that bucket A can go here and cover that, bucket B, C, D, we're left not having anything to cover this other project. Until we know all of that, we're not very intelligent about a plan B, and we can't expect the residents to be ahead of us unless they're taking it upon themselves to do a lot of study, which most, of course, are busy with their own lives. I think the fire station we saw in tonight's information, fire services, fire station are the most popular. So if we put something on the ballot, I think it should be a $17 million fire station. Get that out of the way. Everyone pretty much agrees that that's our biggest need. I don't know that the whole city is going to be happy, because we need to tell them it's going to go on 3rd and Imgen. And so a lot of people looking at their pocketbooks are going to say, well, I don't live near there. It's not going to increase my response time. I live in Central Marina, close to the police station or whatever, the fire station. So I'm not even sure that a fire station would pass at 17 million. But again, we might get that 55% measure statewide to pass. And because the fire station is the most popular facility service, that, we might we might get lucky and get 55% or more to vote for a fire station. Maybe not the 67, but maybe, but probably not. And we'd have a new fire station. But meanwhile, to me, that's almost a detail compared to everything else we have going on and all the money we've got. It is so hard for us at budget time to conceptualize our priority list because we have so much money and so many ways to spend it that it's overwhelming. And we're talking, oh, this is not so much a part of that. So we said it earlier today about the Lock Haddon Park, that we should get back to basics and get everything we've got now to a place we're proud of as far as its maintenance and as far as our own understanding of our own finances. So if we do go on ballot, I would say a fire station would be the limit of what I would want. And I hope that we do a better job in the next couple of years understanding ourselves for ourselves and being able to communicate that to the public. All right, let's go to, I want to go to Councilmember McCarthy because you haven't spoken yet, have you? You have? Okay, then let's start the second round. Let's go to Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. So I really appreciate your comments. I do think a focused public safety measure would have the best chance to pass. With construction, right? If it's 17 million, it's really going to be 25 million. If it's, 2 years, it's probably going to be 4 years, right? So I think we need to be realistic and careful with the number that we decide on. I understand wanting to wait and having more information. However, like here we are, and it's a presidential election. It's going to hopefully we'll have a better voter turnout than a 2-year. And this is more cost effective than having a special election. So, and I also worry about the momentum, and here we are, and then to have to do all of this again in a couple of years or 3 years, I know Councilmember Biala is like, no. So I agree with a lot of what the mayor said. The 17 million, I think, is a little too conservative. I would be comfortable at the 40 or 50 million. And I want to make sure that moving forward, the city does a much better job. I mean, the mailers are beautiful and the photos are pretty and the website's nice, but I like this is what I want. Like, I want data. Our residents and the homeowners and the voters deserve to know exactly what we're doing. And the mayor's right. I don't really know I understand the fire station and police station, and I think that's sort of easy to market and everybody can get on board with that. But do I know where it's going and when and what it's going to hold? And no, I don't. I don't know any of that. So, and I also think that, ultimately the voters, like what Councilmember McCarthy said, the voters do deserve this opportunity to express what direction they want to go. So that's where I'm at.
Brian, I think you go next.
To the city manager, if we were to give direction, maybe to the city attorney tonight, what can we do between now and November in terms of defining that what, when, where, how? Does that kind of start to get dicey with advocacy or?
So there will be a bond when it's placed on the ballot. There will be a description more lengthy than what was provided in that ballot measure language. So there will be much more information. There will also be a tax rate statement that needs to be filed with that as well, and that will include this financial information.
So hypothetically, if we were to pass something, could we between now and November as a city decide, okay, we're going to build this at Lock Haddon Park and it's going to be 3 stories and it's going to look like this. And that's where the bond measure is going to go, even if that's not in the ballot language.
So maybe just some clarification. So there is some information that needs to go to the county and that will be included as part of the sort of ballot information, packet everyone gets. Then there'll be arguments for and against, but you're saying to go beyond and sort of define exactly what it is?
Right, because what I've heard from the public tonight that spoke is that there's not enough clarity on what we're doing here. And we obviously don't have that clarity tonight, but could we have that before November to influence the vote?
So there could certainly be, again, that there are more limited opportunities if it's just information and it's just, education. I think there's some ability to do a little bit of that. Not campaigning, but just clarification. This is sort of some information that is being provided as to how the money is going to be spent.
Okay, thank you. And then my second kind of comment just involves the sports center and pool facility. I remember the public called me that was called for the survey, and they said that the surveyors had indicated that if the bond doesn't pass, maybe those buildings would be torn down, and they were very upset that it was phrased in that way. But what I will say is that those buildings aren't, I don't know if that is what the surveyors did or not, but those buildings aren't guaranteed, right? I mean, they could be sold either by this council or a future council. They could be, the idea of having a sports center and a pool could go away by this council or another council. And so I think that's something that the voters also should understand, that it's not guaranteed. I don't think we have a deed restriction that has to be a pool in perpetuity, do we?
Right. It's a National Park Service conveyance. So whatever the use it has to be is 100% open to the public, but doesn't necessarily have to be aquatic or sports.
Could just extend the Dune City Park, more turf or whatever. Okay.
Anything public.
And I certainly wouldn't want that to happen. I just want to be crystal clear. I want a pool and a sports center to be crystal clear, but I don't know that the public understands that, time's running short for those buildings. We've spent a lot of money to rehab them and to keep them stable. I think that needs to be part of the messaging too.
Just bond council is also online and probably has some information that may relate to your question.
Thank you.
Adam or?
No, it's Brian Quint.
I'm sorry. Brian, do you have any input?
Yes, good evening. I just want to make it clear that once we go tonight, the action that would be required of the council tonight, if it decides to consider going forward on the November ballot, would be to adopt a resolution of necessity, which is the next item on the agenda. That doesn't place the measure on the ballot. That would occur on the adoption of an ordinance on August 2nd. At that point in time, we would need to identify the ballot measure, the amount of money that would be asked of the voters, and an indication of what they are voting for. So that all of that information would have to be decided by the council meeting on August 4th. Of course, between that point in time and the actual election, the city council can be more specific to the voters to indicate what the expectations are, the plans are. But the ordinance that would go on the council agenda on August 2nd needs to, again, identify the amount that is being asked of the voters and the purpose for which they're voting.
Mayor, since I didn't realize bond council was on the call, but could I ask the question I asked earlier that had to do with kind of this two-legged ballot language question? Is that anything you're aware of, or what can you tell us about that?
The answer is no, you can't do that. You couldn't provide them with an either or. It would be, you just have to provide them with one choice that they would need to make on that ballot measure. There's no opportunity to do either or.
Okay, so you couldn't do if one fails, then go to two.
No.
All right. Thank you, Mayor.
No, thank you. But Brian, you could put an advisory question that you could say, do you want an aquatic center or don't you? Or whatever. You could put any any question on the ballot, right?
You could ask the voters for anything, but that wouldn't be a bond. That wouldn't be to authorize the authorization of bonds. That's right. You can go to the voters and ask them for advice. But as far as a bond measure is concerned, you have to pick a dollar amount and you have to pick a purpose for which the bonds are being, would be issued. And again, I think is one thing that was said earlier, that I think needs to be, emphasize is that if whatever amount of money that is asked of the voters, it's unlikely that all of that would be issued immediately. It would probably be issued over time. And that would allow the increase in the assessed value of the community to increase. But that is the amount would be authorized at the outset.
Thank you, Brian. Let's go now to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I want to ask the grant person, I'm sorry, Quint, is Brian. So you've outlined what the bond measure has to say in our statement. So I understand the amount and you said purpose, but do we have to say which facilities? Like if we say it's police and fire station buildings and then the annex versus city hall, or, do we have to get that specific about which specific facilities are we talking about?
No, you do not. This is an interesting question because it's a weighing of how specific do you want to be versus how much flexibility do you want the council to have in order to make the ultimate decisions. The question is, how much specificity would the voters need in order to be assured that the money is going to be spent on a particular project, weighed against the ability of the council to decide in its judgment to how to spend the money. So to answer your question, you could basically say fire or police facilities without being specific, and then the council could then decide ultimately is exactly where and how the money would be spent. That may not give the voters enough information to say, well, I don't want to authorize X dollars if I don't know where it's going to be spent.
Right. Or the other question is where it will go. If it's our fire facility, we already kind of know where, we're going to put it. Police, though, we were thinking about combining it. So there's a savings when you combine it with other facilities. So now if we have to only spend it on police, a separate station because we haven't gotten the money for the other stuff, then we're kind of we're doing sort of this puzzle piecemeal kind of, building our infrastructure for the public services. So it's really hard. So I think in some ways we're going to have to be flexible because the police station can't be decided in and of itself. It's connected with other concepts in order to get, some benefits of cost. But okay, so that would apply to where we're going to build something too. Is maybe you identify the structures, but we have some flexibility. And I think that in the bond measure, and this is kind of a strange question, to me, it's just as important. If we don't get the money to do some of these things, then what is the cost? It's unquestionable. We cannot go forward without spending money on these facilities. So is that not legitimate for us to also say, and without doing anything, the cost to the city to get minimal standards of these infrastructure that we have to do is going to be X amount of money? Because you can't just say sort of, in a vacuum, because you can't have one without the other. If we say no to the bond measure, we are going to spend money. We cannot go forward probably even another 5 years with the kind of dilapidation that we're living in now. That was kind of a question. Can we put the consequences of no action onto the bond measure on the ballot?
Okay.
Is your question, should there be some language in the
Yes.
ballot measure?
Yes.
Well, the problem is that by law, there's a 75 word limitation on what is on the
Oh.
ballot measure. So there's only so much that you can say. Now, there's other information in the ordinance that the voters will see, but again, there's only certain number of voters that are actually going to look past the ballot measure, and that's 75 words, and that's a tremendous limitation that all issuers, all entities that put measures on the ballot are stuck with.
Okay.
Typically, the
So
type of
things like-
information that you're describing would be part of the ballot argument in favor or in the informational communications, either from the campaign or the city accompanying the
Right.
process, but not in the measure itself.
Okay, so the in the 75 words is probably also not going to be what Council Member Vischer just said, is that we have to emphasize that we share the costs in the long term, but the bond measure can be actually used for the benefit of the people living today. Sometimes, you know, if we're going to try to save up this money, the people who benefit are in the future, and no one's going to benefit from it now because it'll take us 10 years to slowly build up that amount of money. So those kinds of concepts will not be able to be explained in 75 words. It'll be the same as
Correct.
you're suggesting is in the campaign. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question for the city manager. Will we have a special meeting on July 23rd or 30 for the public to get more information?
Yes, we can schedule it if we think we want one.
I think for all of us, that will be good. So, because one of the questions that I forgot to ask is about for how many years, what are the amounts based on for the bond? Is it 30, 40 years?
Yeah, these numbers you're given were based on a 30-year bond.
30 year, okay. And another question for the city manager, hopeful question. If we would decide to only go for a new fire station, which is well, we all agree that that's really needed, with all those buckets of money that our mayor talks about, is there enough money in buckets that can be used for a fire station to prevent even having to go out to the voters at this point?
No,
Okay, that's what I already thought.
all those
Good, sir.
those buckets are highly restricted funds. They can't go to building these facilities.
Okay.
How many millions are in the land sale bucket?
Our last land sale we got was 8.4 million.
You get something around 12 or 13.
We'd gotten the earlier 3.5 million earlier that we've
Okay, so we have one bucket that has 8 million in it, right?
correct.
And then how much is in our unallocated funds in our 2-year budget?
I think we'll at this point we're around 6 million.
So 8 plus 6 is 14. We haven't done a very thorough job of having this discussion. You just brought it up, and there's 14 million. I'm not saying that's the best place to put the 14 million, but I'm just pointing out that there's buckets of money out there and it's hard to track.
I know we have seen an overview and I would like to see it again. And I know we'll have a budget meeting hopefully this summer as well, a midterm.
Yeah, August, the same meeting, August 7th, we're shooting for a mid-cycle.
Okay,
Budget
that will be a long
review.
meeting as well. Okay,
I can tell you along the lines that one of the top priorities of the council is getting these maintenance plans for our infrastructure in place. That will cost millions and millions and millions of dollars.
And that's why we don't have money for fire, not because we don't have the money, but because we want to spend it somewhere else. If we're going to fulfill the council's primary number one priority, which was better maintenance on existing assets.
yes, but of course you already know that I would be in favor of that because it will save money in the long run. That's the best for the city. It might hurt now, but we need to catch up. So I only had one more remark. If we, because there's talk about, maybe only doing the fire station. If we would do that, the firefighters would move out of the current building, which would offer more space for the police. Somewhat. So hopefully, that might help a little bit for hopefully the not too far out future when we will be able to get a bond approved. I don't know.
I just be a question I'd ask Charles and Adam if there's really a difference in support of just a fire station by itself or a fire and police station. I don't think you're
Not
gonna
a big
get,
difference. Okay.
but
But then that's what Councilmember Biala said, there were talks about, because I thought, would be a good combination to have police and fire at near Indian and California, because it's easily, it seems to be a good place. But then there was also talk about combining police with the future civic center. And if that's not going to happen, then it will be decided, I guess, that the public safety will be together.
yeah, I think that would be the assumption of police and fire, that they would be located together.
Okay. Thank you. That was it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So it's the first I heard that we would potentially combine police and fire at Engine and Third.
So with R&T, that was one of their discussions that they had was putting fire and police together in the facility. That was just
At
one of-
Engine and Third?
Yes.
Okay. So in the last 5 minutes, we've had some discussion points that are pretty important, and we're unsure about them. And so earlier when I was talking about Plan B, it was concurrently go for a fire station and continue where we've left off with these open questions. And while we're doing all the other work in the city with Del Monte Boulevard and the airport and better streets and better parks, because that's been our priorities in our budget results, and doing a better job with our existing buildings, we're going to be really busy the next few years. It's not like, oh, we didn't put the bond on the ballot, so we're twiddling our thumbs. I think it's more like put our nose at the grindstone and build the trust in the community that we're going in really great places, but now we're out of money. So if you want an aquatic center and a sports center and other things, we'll do as well with those as we've done these last 4 years between 2024 and 2028. And maybe we have much better luck. I did want to say that TAMC tried 4 times, Transportation Agency of Monterey County, tried 4 times before they passed their ballot measure. So the first 3 times they failed, and then they passed it. So you would think if you fail once and it hurts you, if you fail 3 times, it's really going to hurt you, right? But their 4th time, they passed it. And the way they passed it is they gave something for everybody. So everybody had a reason to vote yes, because they got something that they were passionate about. And that strategy worked. So when this all started, it was pretty clear that the fire station was probably the biggest need and probably the most popular item. But I thought that we wanted to play this out and see what the public wanted besides the fire station. Now that we know what the public's desire is, pretty low on most things, except for maybe fire, maybe police, that, now we have enough knowledge that maybe we go for the fire because we need that and we think the people will support that. But if we would have found out that the people would support an aquatic center because they really wanted it, and a fire station and a community center because they really wanted it, then the fire station helps us get the other things too. Now, it might be harder in the future if we went with a fire station and it passed this November. It might be harder in the future to get the non-fire items. But I think we agree we need the fire station. So now we have more information. I think we should act on it. I'm just afraid that if we get the price much higher than 20 million on the bond, it's going to scare enough people away that we're not going to get 55%. And I'm also worried that the 55% measure won't pass for the same reason that we're getting low numbers on ours. It's that the whole state and the whole country, no matter the economy, they don't think the economy is good. Even those that are doing well have a pessimistic perspective on the economy. So I'd be very surprised if the statewide measure passed, making it easier for us to tax people. Yes or no? Do you want to make it easier for us to tax you? This doesn't seem like the best climate for people to say yes to that question. And if they say no to that question, then we need 67%. And I think some of us would be surprised if we got 67% for the fire station all by itself at 17 million. It's just such a high bar. But I think that's what we should try for. That's all I had. Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Oh, this is a really, really tough discussion. again, if we go to police and fire, which seems like, a good choice, but on this one graph on page 22, response times, medical, earthquake standards, and community centers, 82%, 77%, and 76%. If we just did fire and police, really the true cost of that decision is that we have to tack on the monies to repair the community centers that we have. It's not a realistic kind of assessment of how much money the city is going to be spending. So, I would say that we should still include the community center, but go down lower and see where that money gets us. I don't think I feel like 54.74 is sort of the middle range, even a little bit lower than what we were initially wanting and desiring. And, we have to be careful not to lose sight of most jurisdictions, and maybe all jurisdictions, inability to pay for these large infrastructures based on what do we have here in this pile over here, and what do we can't we won't get there. And if we continue to question whether we have enough money in this pot and this pot, and I think we're doing ourselves an injustice. We're giving a false impression that if we can only tighten our belt in certain things, that there's no sacrifice, that it's not going to, that people won't understand that if we do that, then street maintenance, forget it. That's the thing that we're going to give up. We can't just paint sort of a black and white picture of these things. There is significant cost to every decision that we're making. And that's why I'm kind of thinking we go the middle route, because we still have some time to do, some advocacy work. And we include the things that we know we're going to have to do, and that's police, fire, and some of our infrastructure. We have no choice on some of this to spend millions of dollars just to get it up to minimal standards. So that's my recommendation. I think your idea, Mr. Mayor, of maybe delaying this and seeing what happens to the 50+1 ordinance sounds like a good idea. But again, I think as Council Member McAdams said, we have the momentum. People will forget. We'll be starting from day one again. And so, we're rolling the dice, but we'd roll the dice any year. Next year, there will be maybe some other political or financial thing going on in the country, and we'll say, well, it's not the right timing. And we all know that there's no right time to ask for this kind of money. But I'm kind of more in favor of doing the best we can right now and going forward and getting those tiny increments, however we see using the survey that we can do, that's going to hopefully make it. And if the worst thing happens is that no one passes the state ordinance of 50+1, well, we still, like you were saying, Mr. Mayor, that some agencies have done this 4 times. We learn from our mistakes. We learn from our experience. And that's what this will tell us too, I think. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, a quick clarification. It's 55%. The ACA one would be 55%, would lower the threshold from 67 to 55.
Thank you, Brian.
Mayor, one thing that wasn't mentioned in the staff report, and even the consultants might not be aware of, is that I learned last week MPUSD plans to put a $340 million bond on the ballot. And so, which I almost wonder if, and unfortunately, in the sake of time, I really want to move on, so I'm not going to ask the consultants, but if that doesn't help us in some way, because our bond, even at 80 million, looks so much less than that. But having said that, the on the agenda tonight is just to receive the report and give staff direction. But that direction, we're not deciding on a bond amount tonight, correct? Because that's not on the agenda.
Well, the next thing on the agenda is a resolution of necessity, and I'll ask Brian just to give you what you need to decide.
Okay, so for this item, we're receiving the report and giving direction. What kind of direction is staff looking for?
Good question. Anything from have we narrowed it down to facilities? Is there a dollar amount? I've heard, let's do another study meeting. I think if we can narrow it down to facilities and a dollar range that we're talking about, I think that is something we could go back at a study meeting and see where we're at.
Okay, so I'll take a stab at a motion that we receive the report and give direction to staff to come back for a bond measure that is in the 45 to $80 million range. I don't know if that's too big of a range for staff to work with, but on the higher end of what's been discussed tonight is what I'm trying to articulate.
Is there a second for that motion? Well, the motion dies. For lack of second. Okay, Councilmember Fisher.
So I'd like to do that same motion, but then add to it. So I could have done that, I guess, sorry. To ask staff to provide a list, a simple list with the facilities and expected cost, but also expected cost for if we do not build a new civic center. What needs to be put in, like Councilmember Biala has been saying, how much do we need to spend on getting these buildings up to code?
Second.
Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. And this might be for the city attorney, and it's regarding the next agenda item. The next agenda item does say 80 million. So if we don't have an amount, if we don't have an amount from this action, what happens with the next agenda item?
So Brian, you wanna take this
Sure.
one?
That $80 million number in the resolution of necessity is in no way limiting you or imposing any particular amount. That's the outside amount. Because of the peculiarities of the government code, when a city brings a geo bond to the ballot, it's a two-part process. One is the resolution of necessity, which is what's on the agenda to tonight. That's nothing more than the first step. The real meat is the document, the ordinance that's going to be before you currently on August 2nd, and that's when the specific dollar amount and the specific projects will be before you for consideration. The dollar amount in the resolution tonight does not limit you. It does not impose an amount on you. It does not limit you. It does not say that's a number that you have to put on the ballot. It's just basically it's an approximation of needs of the city, and it doesn't in any way limit you or force that amount on you going forward.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that clarification.
Anything more? Councilmember McAdams?
No, thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Councilmember Biala.
I'm a little confused why we would give staff direction when the next one is saying basically that we're going to go forward, but we're not restricted to any bond measure amount. So I would think that we're just receiving, even though it says staff input direction, but I would say, if we got some outstanding direction, we basically shouldn't be voting for the next resolution. Am I getting this correct or what? It just seems like one, we should say we received the presentation, and the next one, then we feather out the things that we want to have in going forward.
As I indicated, I'm sorry. This resolution is just the mechanic of how you do a geo bond for the city. It is a requirement, it's a prerequisite. So you could not even bring an action on August 2nd unless you first adopted the resolution tonight.
Right.
And it does not impose anything. It doesn't say you're going to do an $80 million bond issue. It doesn't even say what you're going to spend it on. All it's indicating is that the city has needs, and it's going to consider a general obligation bond going forward to handle those needs, but it doesn't indicate what amount you're going to authorize or what you're specifically going to use it for.
or even that we want to go forward.
That's right. Well, by adopting this resolution tonight, doesn't require you to take the further action on August 2nd. If you decide between now and then that you don't want to go for it, then you don't. But you can't
got
do
it.
the second one without doing the first one.
Right, right. And that's now today, this July, August 2nd, you said, or 7th?
August 7th, actually.
7th.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
7th. I'm sorry.
So we have a month. So if we have this, if we don't do anything tonight, if we don't specify anything further, we will have wasted a month in not being able to advocate or to educate, because we don't have the specifics. So it's kind of like so I feels that August 7th is just way too late for us to finally decide, yes, we're going to go ahead. I feel really conflicted about the timelines here. I mean, it's such an important decision, and if we don't make a decision tonight that's definitive in any way, then we're just going to sit around for the next month and not do anything.
I think there needs to be some direction in order for us to work on the measure that will come back on August 7th.
Right. Well, yeah, I know we would probably, go ahead and approve this because there's very little consequences and it's a prerequisite to actually making a decision on August 7th. I understand that. But in the meantime, we still don't have a clarifying thought for ourselves on the dais, and it's going to come around and we've wasted a whole month again. I don't know. The timelines just feel, and the more that we don't make the decisions, the more time we don't have the information to make the decisions, then we're up. I feel like we're really we're doing an injustice to our own ability to get this thing passed.
Yeah, so I think there's a chance we're going to make a decision tonight with some specifics. But I agree with you. If we don't, then we're probably not doing our job. Mayor Pro Tem Fisher?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can we wait for that special meeting, July 23rd or July 30? Hopefully July 23rd, to get more information and then make the decision?
We can give staff that direction. We have to be very clear what information we want.
Like I said, there's a simple list with an overview of the expected costs for each structure, for each.
And we've kind of
And
already
then-
got that in bits and pieces.
Yeah, but it's just also for the public to have a chance to come and hear more.
Yeah.
Because they want more specifics and the cost for what if we don't build, how much do we need to spend?
Yeah, and we've gone over that.
Yes, but if we can keep that in, get that in. Yes or no? Am I the only one who would like to have
Well,
a
it's time to make a
discussion?
motion. So if you want to make a motion with that language, that's what staff's looking.
The motion on the table.
Yeah, we have a
You
motion
can-
on the table
Yours.
already. Yes.
I thought your motion didn't get a second.
Councilmember Vischer made a motion, so she can change it or amend it, and I will likely second
So
it.
the motion was to ask staff to come back with specifics about a bond for up to $80 million. This will be passed, yes. Thank you.
Okay, so the motion is to put on the ballot 40 to 80 million and ask staff in the meantime to bring this information you're asking for.
Yes.
Okay, that's your motion.
Yes.
And you seconded it?
Second holds good.
Okay. Any final discussion before we go to a vote? I'm going to be voting no. That's my discussion. Councilmember Biala.
If we're looking for July 30th or whenever that special meeting is, that's exactly what I'm saying. That's another 30 days. And we probably will have some other things that we want to reconsider or need information about. And I don't know, can we have an earlier meeting? I mean, we're going to wait another whole month before we get this information, and then it'll be a few days before August 7th, and that's.
So that, I think the 23rd is the earliest we could have the meeting. So it's not a month, it's 3 weeks.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor and we have other things to cover tonight, and we want to stop by 12. Councilmember McDonald?
Sorry,
Madam?
can we just clarify the motion again?
City Clerk?
I got it was to receive the presentation, and then to come back with the 40 to 80 million for the bond. And then staff to come back with a list of the cost repairs for the buildings. Correct?
Yes, and a list of the new construction for each, yes. Plus, yeah.
Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. So thank you. That motion passes 4-1 with myself dissenting. Thank you, everybody. So let's go on to the next related resolution. And who would like to lead this?
I think Brian or Renee can lead us through this.
Yeah, Brian's on.
Okay, Brian, thank you.
Sure, this, as I
Sort of
mentioned,
covered it already.
this is the resolution of necessity. Again, this is the first requirement in order for a bond measure to be placed on the ballot by a city. This doesn't, it doesn't require that the council agree to do this on the meeting on August 7th, but it's the prerequisite, it's the first requirement. This does not obligate you to do anything other than the law requires this resolution to be adopted as the first action.
Okay, let's go to the public. Anyone in the public want to speak to this matter? Anyone online want to speak to this matter? Just raise your hand. Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment. Back to council. Any discussion or someone want to make a motion? Let's go to Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to move for approval, and just to reiterate that simply because in the resolution it says 80 million, it does not mean by any means that that is the amount of the bond measure.
I second.
All right, so there's no mention of 80 million in the resolution?
Yes, there is.
There is. So do we want to strike that?
No.
It says up to.
Oh, up to. All right, Councilmember Vial?
I second.
Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Thank you. That motion passes unanimously. And now we go to the CFD,
Yes.
who's going to lead that?
So Brian, you want to just give council sort of a brief explanation as to what that is?
Sure. Hello, I'm putting my CFD hat on now. As the city council probably knows, we're working on a CFD for the Marina. Help me.
The dunes?
The dunes, excuse me, a service CFD. Because of some of the peculiarities of some of the private areas of that CFD, the government code, Mello-Roos law, has some limitations on what it allows the Mello-Roos tax to be collected and used for. Because the city is a charter city, it has the ability to create its own Mello-Roos law, which we are recommending you do by the adoption of the ordinance on the agenda tonight. That will do two things. It will allow us to cover all of the areas of the Marina Dunes services CFD that needs to be covered. And it also will provide the city with the mechanics of future CFDs to use its own CFD law, its own Mello-Roos law that just incorporates the provisions of the government code sections relating to Mello-Roos, but It also streamlines a few things that you will be able to do faster and easier going forward with your own law than having to rely on the government code. This is done by many cities, charter cities in California, and it basically provides you with the mechanics or the ability to do things for future CFDs that you would not otherwise do without having your own law. So this is an ordinance that adopts the government code from provisions of the Belarus law, but creates the city of Marina's own Belarus authorization.
Thank you, Brian.
Okay. Public hearing?
Yes, so let's turn it over to the public. Does anyone have any comments on this matter? Okay, seeing no one raise their hand, we'll close public comments. And come back to Councilmember Biala.
I'd like to make a motion, like to make a motion to adopt the resolution number XXX, receiving the fee study update by Reverend. Oh. Okay. We'll just read it off, but I have
Consultant back there smiled.
Establish, the city start with establish.
No. So I make a motion to open a public and to consider to establish to open a public, we just did, and to establish the City of Marina Special District Financing Code as Chapter 3.35 of the City of Marina Municipal Code. Thank you.
Right.
Second. Okay, Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Is it fair to say that this is very easily amendable? So if we pass this, and we decide that the language wasn't what we want it to be, or are there elements of this that are stuck in kind of stone, if you will?
Absolutely. That's the whole point. This gives you all the flexibility going forward, particularly some of the changes here are intended to make things easier for the city going forward. But to answer your question, yes, it's always amendable.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. So all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All roll. Sorry. Roll call, please.
Councilmember McAdams.
Aye.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Yes.
Councilmember Biala.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. That motion passed unanimously. Thank you. We go to the last item, which is a fee study update.
Mr. Mayor, council members, city manager, good late evening. When I arrived here in August, it was pretty clear to me that there was a very ambitious council priority list, and I wanted to dive in and see what I can do to check the box on some of those one of those priorities, and that was to get the fee study update done. So I dug into that and realized that it had been 6 years since the last fee study was done. And in the meantime, we had been experiencing some pretty significant inflationary pressures, which were going to change the dynamics of our cost structure to render those fee services. So I immediately made this a priority and reached out to a couple of vendors. And one of the vendors was Eric Johnson of RCS, Revenue Cost Specialist. And it became pretty clear to me that we needed to go with him. So those conversations happened in about December. They've got 44 years experience, they're industry leaders. And since he had also already done a report 6 years prior, we thought this is the best way to go. So we got started in about January. And so I am pleased to announce that we have gotten this done. And I'm not going to get into the details of what the methodology and approach was, because we just don't have time, and I want to make sure he can present his presentation. So without further ado, here's Eric Johnson.
Thank you, Laura. Welcome, Eric.
Thanks, Laura. I was hoping it would be another 5 minutes so I could say good morning, but we'll leave it at good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I am Eric Johnson from Revenue and Cost Specialist, RCS. Pleased to be here with you tonight to present this report.
And this is me, right? There we go. So just a quick overview of RCS. As Laura mentioned, we did this study for the city in 2018. We've been doing similar studies since 1980. I myself have been doing this since 1990. I've worked with over 150 different agencies in 5 different states and mostly here in California, including Marina. So it's good to be back here again tonight. So what we did is we kicked this project off in January. We finished it up a couple months ago. We used fiscal year 23-24 data. That's budget data. That's the basis of the costs that are in here. And we did this comprehensive user fee update. So what did we do? Well, first we had to identify what are the services being provided. So we wanted to update that list with the departments. We wanted to identify what's the staff time being spent on all these services. So the department spent a lot of time working on this data, updating this data, so it reflected what they're doing today, not necessarily what they were doing in 2018. So I really want to thank staff for all the time and effort they spent on this, especially Laura for all the work she did to help with that effort. So we went through, identified how much time is being spent, who's spending time, which services, how many of them are you doing, so that we can allocate out 100% of everyone's time. Everyone's providing work. Either they're supporting other parts of the organization or they're providing services to the public. And so we wanted to identify all that time so that we could then match that up with the cost, because our next step was to develop a fully allocated hourly rate for every position in the city. Salaries, benefits, operating expenses, citywide overhead, departmental overhead. So we created a billing rate for every position, a business billing rate for every position, which we then matched up with that time detail. So now we know what it costs to provide each of these services to the public.
Okay. I just wanted to wet our whistle with your information, but to complete your presentation, we would have to consider a vote to extend this meeting to the end of your presentation and our ability to vote on it, so the end of this item. So I'll make the motion that we continue this meeting to the end of this item.
I'll second.
Okay, any comments from the public? Anybody online wish to raise their hand? Okay, we'll close public comment. Any final comments from the dais before we go to a vote? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes. Please continue. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you. All right, so now we know the full cost of the services. So then we sat down with the departments again and said, somewhere, there we go. Here's the current fee, here's the updated cost, and here's a fee recommendation for, in most cases, to recover 100% of those costs. We sat down with the departments, we went through that data to make sure that that time information still looked good to them. We made any changes that we needed to make, that the fee recommendation we're putting forward is something that made sense if the council were to approve it. And that took us to where we have the report that you see here today, the 400+ page report, which has all the detail on all the various different services, who's involved, how much time, how many of them you do, what's the cost, per unit cost, total annual cost, all the data you could ever ask for, so that we can come up with a fee schedule that's legally defensible, because we can't charge more than what the costs are. So as I mentioned, we identified all the services being provided to the public. Most of what you guys do, most of the services being provided by the city to the public are not something you're ever going to charge a fee for. They're what we call tax services, tax supported services, community supported services, things like police, fire, streets, parks. When people say, what do my tax dollars pay for? This is what your tax dollars pay for. But then there's the other side, what we call personal choice services, fee supported services. The customer is identifiable, the service is measurable. Most importantly, it benefits an individual or a group, and not necessarily the broader community. You can still decide to subsidize it, but we've identified what those full costs are, and you can charge up to those full costs. So development services are a perfect example of personal choice services. So I'm kind of a picture guy. So another way of looking at what I just said is these circles up here. Taxes are meant to support community supported services. Fees are meant to support personal choice services. But to the extent that the fees don't cover the cost of the service is still being provided. And the only other place that that money could come for, that support can come from, is taxes. That means you have less taxes to spend on things that only taxes can pay for, like community supported services, like police and fire and streets and parks.
Costs are occurring. Question now is who's going to pay for it. So we identified about $3.6 million in subsidies. It's a pretty big number, but we don't think all of that is actually recoverable through fees. There's a lot of subsidies and personal choice services that are not going to be made up in fees, even if some services may have 100% cost recovery. In the community development area, we're showing about a $1.1 million subsidy, but only about $375,000 in new fees. Big reason for that is I've just been very conservative in my revenue projections. There's a lot of deposit-based fees in here. We're raised the deposits on some, but I'm still projecting pretty low revenues. Just really, again, just being more conservative. Also included in that number is code enforcement. Code enforcement has fines, but you're never going to come anywhere close to recovering the cost of code enforcement, just the nature of the service. Public safety, you have a $616,000 subsidy, but only about $86,000 in new revenue. A big chunk of that subsidy are public disturbance responses, which have a fee for second response. Police false alarm responses, fire false alarm responses, which have a fee for third and fourth and fifth responses. You're not going to generate a whole lot of extra revenue. The whole point of the fees is really to get people to fix their issues and not necessarily revenue generation, but it still generates a large cost that we have in our personal choice service. Recreation services, going to have large subsidies there. That's just the nature of the service. We have some fee recommendations in here, but not going to come anywhere close to 100% cost recovery. And then administrative services, we have a slight decrease in the business license area there. But the larger point is that we're really putting forward what a continuation of the city's policies from 2018 of 100% cost recovery for the most part. There are a handful of services in here that are less than 100% cost recovery. As I mentioned, recreation services, block party permit had a 15% cost recovery before. We have that same fee today. Animal control, even though we've recommended some higher fees, it's still going to be about a 25% cost recovery. And there's a number of services in here that are limited by state law, that you can't charge more for copy fees or some other bingo permits, some other random fees. So it's really just continuing those city policies from before. And really, why did we do this? Well, because the voters told us to. Passed Proposition 4 in 1979, setting up fee services, and you can't charge more than what the costs are. 1996, they passed Proposition 218, which put some limits on property-related fees. And then in 2010, passed Proposition 26, which kind of codified a lot of the practices of not charging more than the cost reasonably borne. So the voters are telling government to act more like a business. They know it's not a business, but trying to act more like a business. Know what your costs are. So this was a comprehensive update. We wanted to look at improved cost recovery. We added, removed, redefined certain fees so it reflected what the city is doing today. Made sure that they were legally defensible fees as far as not being more than what the cost reasonably borne are. Looked at revenue collection in certain areas and looked at market demand in certain areas. So if you're a number guy, likes to count things like me, we identified 191 fee services, 10 new services, 128 fees increased, unsurprisingly. 4 were restructured, 29 had no change, 11 actually decreased because we're showing the way the city is doing it today, it actually costs less than what the current fee is. And we have to decrease fees that are more than the cost. And 9 were actually deleted. The city's not providing that service any longer. Fee studies should be performed every 4 to 5 years because organizations change, how cities do things change, as well as cost increase over time. We looked at the full cost of services using the 23-24 data. We made few recommendations based on that data and best practice, but it's now up to the city council to decide if these fee-based services, these personal choice services, should be charged the full cost or should they be subsidized with tax dollars. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Eric. I got a call from a restaurant owner that wanted to get a full liquor license. Currently, it does beer and wine, but they wanted to know how. So I asked staff, and staff's response was, well, it's going to cost $4,000+ It's got to go to planning commission, but most other municipalities, this is an administrative process, and therefore it's a lot less expensive. So there's a fee for a full liquor license that's $4,000+. So how many, maybe you didn't look at that, but did you look at how many ordinances we have? How many fees we have that may not be necessary if we were to be like other cities?
We did not look at that, because that is a whole different process in and of itself. We're saying, what are the practices here? What things have to go to city, planning commission and or city council here?
By our ordinance.
By your ordinance. And so I bet you Guido has a good list of things that he might suggest that could be administrative if the council should decide they want to.
All right. Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. I actually find this fee list pretty interesting for a number of reasons. But I do have a couple of specific questions. One is,
I'm sorry, Brian, we didn't go to the public, did we?
no,
And I spoke and I shouldn't have. But two wrongs don't make it right, my mom used. Does anyone online wish to speak to this matter? You can please raise your hand. Okay, we'll close public comment. Please continue, Brian.
thank you, Mayor. So the appeal for coastal permits, I know the city has kind of gotten itself into a little bit of trouble in the past regarding that. Is it worth putting in there that there's no appeal fee if the matter involves a coastal development permit?
I'm pretty sure we did.
Is it in there? Okay. Have you ever seen where there's an exemption for, so I've mentioned to this council before, expressed some interest in what's called in some cities a call-up provision. So if a council member or a group of council members appeals, that there's no fee for that. Have you ever seen where that's spelled out in the fee schedule, or is that more a legislative?
Yeah, we never spell it out in the fee schedule. Most cities have that something either by policy or by code or by resolution or just practice. I'm not sure from a legal standpoint where that stands, but I know most cities do have that in practice.
Okay, that's good enough for me. I was a little surprised to see the Airbnb or short-term rental fee go down very significantly, and I guess that was just speaking to the efficiencies in the way the planning department processes those. Or?
Yeah, when we set this up in 2018, it was right when everything was getting started and the city had this new program, and so there was a lot of estimating what they thought it would take. And there was, a lot of time being spent because they're going to have to deal with the parking issue and this. And so it just turned out that over time, as staff got more familiar with that program, it just didn't take nearly as much time as projected back in 2018.
Thank you. Can I just say, I love how quickly he answers these questions. It's pretty amazing. The tree removal permit has several different tiers, and I don't quite understand that.
It's a size thing that came from staff as far as wanting to set up those tiers. I think I had that in.
You mean the bigger the tree, the more the cost?
Yeah. Or the more number. Yeah, I don't want to get this wrong. I think it might have been more the number of trees.
Okay, and it doesn't affect whether I would support it or not, but I can maybe ask staff for some of that clarification then. Last one, actually two more. One is there's an RV overnight permit fee. We actually talked about this on the traffic advisory committee today. We adopted an ordinance in 2015 that prohibits parking of all RVs overnight, without exception, my understanding. So I'm wondering if maybe that should be removed.
Chief says yes.
And then the last two are more for staff, the chicken registration and the DUI recovery. I'd be just more interested in knowing how often we have asked for those fees. And I understand staff probably doesn't have that information now, but I'd like to follow up with staff. And
well, if I may say, you can't get rid of the chicken registration fee because that's one of my favorite fees.
No, he wanted to increase it.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
No, he's just kidding. Just kidding.
And in all seriousness, the DUI cost recovery, do we know if the city has ever actually done that? So it says we can recover up to $12,000 in costs of responding to a DUI.
You can answer the chicken question too, Rand.
I'm not qualified for the chicken question. From my understanding, when the DUI fees came up, it was new to us, and we kind of did a quick roundabout. And I don't think that we've ever charged for that. Maybe the prior chief may have, but it was kind of new to all of us. So, but it is something that we spend an enormous amount of time processing. So there's an opportunity to recover that. There may be some.
Yeah, from a policy perspective, I think it's an interesting thing for the council to kind of think about, and staff as well. So thank you. That's
So
it from me.
Chief, we left it in because it's a possibility. And now is the department going to look into it further? Is that the point?
Yes. I think it's one of those things that we spent a lot of time already doing, but we didn't know that we can actually charge back for that. So
Wow.
we can
Okay.
actually now
Right.
begin to do that.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Other questions, Brian? Is it? All right. Councilmember McAdams.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the presentation. And thank you, Ms. Pernetta, for doing this work. I think for me, it's interesting you brought those two items up. So with the master fee schedule, I really hope that this is something that we do annually, just because, just like our city code, there's always room for cleanup. There's always room for, oh, we don't use that anymore, or, oh, actually, this is how much it really should be. So I appreciate this work. And of course, I'm happy to approve this. And so with regards to the recreation, and maybe this is a conversation with Andreas here. So that department is kind of the one that's not full cost recovery, but the other fees in the fee schedule, it sounds like are there.
Right. So the fees are part of the resolution. We did recommend some increases there just because the fees have been so low for so long, and Andrea definitely wants to get those in place. But what the council should consider is, do those fees belong in the master fee resolution, or should they be more the council gives direction? We want council or the department to recover so much of its cost or have some goals, but let the director set the fees, because she knows the market, she knows her services, she knows what her services cost. And so I know a lot of recreation departments are going in that direction with the support, of course, from the council, just to give them, be a little more nimble. If you have to wait once a year or longer to be able to change your youth sports fee, or to be able to add a new youth sport, then you're kind of falling behind. So that requires really more discussion and a longer discussion, but I know it's something that Andrea would like to see, and it's something that a lot of recreation departments around the state are doing.
Great. And thank you for that, that explanation. And, for me, especially with recreation, exactly like what you're saying, I would like to see that department have that flexibility, especially with rentals or adding programming, et cetera. So I'm not necessarily sure that this is the way to get there, but if you could perhaps send that message to her, we would be open to having that conversation later, because I do think that having, especially recreation and cultural services department, having their hands tied to sort of an annual, or every 5 years or whatever it is, I know that she's really working on that business, her business, and I want to make sure she has that autonomy. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It may be that I'm just not tracking correctly, but all of these are based on the actual study of how much time was spent. So it's not really like looking at market that other cities are charging or anything. So that's what we're talking about, the flexibility, like especially recreation. If the peninsula is charging less and we're charging more, then people might gravitate to their services if it's the same services. So we want to have the flexibility to lower it or
In the
raise it.
recreation area, yes.
Okay, so I really like that idea, but it also then, if we're inefficient somehow, or we're not doing things the way most people might do them, so our costs of staff time is far exceeding the norm, then it's not a really reflection of the value of our work, so to say. It's just by how much time our staff is spending. So there's a little bit of maybe non-true reliability of the value of those services. If the staff is somehow not using the correct tools, or we have antiquated forms or whatever it is, that is taking more time.
It usually comes down to processes.
Right.
And so especially if we're talking the community development area, planning area, at 15, 20 years ago, I had all this data and of all these different cities I worked with and how much time it took to do a conditional use permit in this city, in this city, in this city. I compiled it all together. It was all over the board. There was
Okay.
no typical, there was no average because every city defined a conditional use. Everyone has a conditional use permit, but everyone defined it differently.
Right.
It had different meaning in different cities
Right.
and under their code.
Right.
And so at the end of the day, what the developer cares about is the fees. Yeah, they don't like to pay more fees. No one does, but they care about how quickly it gets out. Because for them, time is money.
Right.
And that's the big thing. If you ask developers, what are they upset about? It took 3 weeks for me to get an inspection,
Right. And
things like that. And so anything you can do and oftentimes it's a process issue. Oftentimes it's a staffing issue, different in different cities, but sometimes does everything need to go to planning commission as we were talking about earlier? So those are important questions to ask about how do we get things quicker, but still do the job correctly.
Right. So I spent a lot of time in corporate America doing the continuous quality improvement. In this case, no, we don't want that because you're going to bring down our fees.
Well, if it allows you to process more.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. I think this gives us a really solid, at least, a very objective way if we're challenged on why we're charging so much. Here it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Mayor Tim Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, thank you very much for staying with us so long. And thank you, Laura, for your work on this. And yeah, the chickens always make me laugh. And it's still $10, so that didn't change. And I had the same questions as Council Member McCarthy about the RV parking and the DOI. So that's already done. This is for the city manager. I think many residents are not aware that there is an annual dog license required. And that if you have an alarm that you need to register it with the city. So I don't know, how can we make people aware?
Social media, Facebook.
Okay,
Push up,
TikTok.
things like that.
Okay, we'll do that. And I do have one question for you. It says here a fee for new business license processing, and then there's one fee for located outside of the city limits. Why do people have to?
If you're located inside the city limits, planning has to do a zoning review to make sure that business is appropriate for that zone. If you're located outside the city, like me, consultant, there's nothing for planning to review. So that's why it's lower if you're outside the city.
You still need to
But you still need to have a business license, but not have that extra planning review.
Okay, I did not know. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right. I'll make the motion that we adopt the new master fee schedule and implement the adjustments effective September 1st of this year.
I second.
Any comments by council before we go to a vote? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Eric, for your patience lasting with us. Thanks to everyone here. It's early now, so you don't have to go to sleep.
Hey, we did this in 30 minutes. Well, actually in 25.
Okay, so we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.